We
Oh,
have
you perked right up, start smiling when I
we,
click start stream.
we got bits flowing. What's that? I did?
Yeah, you did. Your
Huh?
face brightened all up.
Oh, I don't know. I was just looking at the stream going.
All right. It is Tuesday night and it is Christmas Eve. For those who celebrate, you know, happy Honda Days.
Honda
Uh,
days.
Merry Toyotathon. For those who observe. Said what is it? Oh, what? December to remember for those who Lexus. Happy Mopar. Absolutely. To all the denominations, a joyful holiday season to you. Um, I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things, and this is
You seem happy tonight.
Buff Del Kim. I'm happy to be here. Holidays, let's be festive. Holidays can be difficult. I have some regrets of holidays past, of years past, but you know what? We are in the here and now, and we are with friends. You are among friends. We are your friend, and the people in our chat are very welcoming and friendly and festive. So let's have an enjoyable stream to bring in this holiday and to carry us on through. I don't think it's any mistake that all these winter holidays sort of merge right around the shortest day of the year, which was just a couple of days ago. The winter, is it equinox?
Oh, that's where it's equal
Solstice?
It's a solstice.
Solstice. So some people actually celebrate the solstice as a holiday. Um, but most of them have been burned at the stake. So we don't have to worry about a lot of that if you like steak. Is that a 72 in the background?
I think it's a 73. I think everything was sent to us was 73 because
The intent. JB's Little Shop, welcome to the stream. I have not welcomed anyone
yeah,
yet.
you gotta go.
We
You gotta
better
go
get
do that.
started
You
at
gotta do
that.
that.
Just so, because I'm supposed to do that as the person who announces things, and I have not yet, the format on Tuesday nights when we are live in our stream is that we have a green screen and we can show you visually compelling things. And we interact with the chat as much as we can. So if you are here afterwards, try and bring up the chat, but we will also try and read who is telling us things as we go so you can kind of follow the magic as things play out. You can laugh with us at the jokes. So we're going to greet everyone as they come in. We'll probably say some goodbyes as people come and go. Not everybody stays for the whole stream. And so, yes, JB's Little Shop is our moderator. JB, you're it. Mexican Spec is off tonight. He was busy with a delivery and now is.
Yeah, I got a story about that because
Okay, we'll tell that story.
He and I were in contact earlier
After we
tonight.
get through the
Yeah,
some of the
get through your
early stuff. So I'm going to scroll back to the beginning of the stream. This is pretty customary to do, and we award points for people who are on the ball. Now I don't see Tim. I don't know if I can award him points for being here early. I also don't see. Oh,
Man,
you
you're
guys.
scrolling so fast I can't even read it.
Buddy, Tim and One-Eyed Cat were here very early, but you have to be here at the beginning of the stream to be able to claim firstiness. Buddy Carafano is here, and he made, at 7:42, he made the first...
Firstiness.
This morning.
That was this morning.
Wow. Says Merry Christmas, and he gets the customary 3 points for being here first. And
Well, what about Tim and One-Eyed Cat?
they don't get points because they're not here. They just made
I
an
see.
early comment, but that doesn't count if you're not actually here for the stream.
I see.
All right, we're the time is ticking away. Grampito Vic is here. Welcome to the stream. Let's go scroll right on up here to 7, and JB is here. Mama M3 is here, but Tavo gets honorary points for the very first comment at and precisely at 7. So I'm giving him 3 points. Buddy was here also at 7, making it. I'm going to give him 1 more point, but usually I don't award double points.
Did you see what just before though, Tavo? He said something before his on time statement. Back up a little bit.
Oh, what did he say? Will the stream carry over? Is that
He said, "This had better be good. I'm interrupting Christmas lunch to be here."
Oh, it's lunchtime for him because he is on the other side of the planet because we are global.
So now scroll down.
We have a global reach.
Scroll down to your 7 o'clock again. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I thought it was pretty good.
Let's see. Crash Roadrunner Garage is here. I'm going to award you 2 points for being here at 7:01. JB, I'll award you a point because I'm just giving them out.
See,
Mama
he was
M3,
here-
I will
he was-
also award you a point.
He was on it. He was here at 7:01 as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Who? Who did I miss?
JB's little shop because you were on at 7:02,
Oh.
but he was here at 7:01 as
All
well.
right. Well, if I double awarded you points, you just take them. You know, the points are on your honor. I award points for things that I like, and I usually scroll back and check out the chat and see who was here on time, early, making comments, and give them a couple points just so they realize that we appreciate them. And then the other points, they'll go out to interesting trivia, like if we have questions and you can answer them, we will give you some points. And if we have that brain seizing where we can't pull information out of our own skulls and you get it first, I'll probably award you a bunch of points for that. And the points are on your honor. Keep track of your own points, and we'll all get along just fine. And I will tell you someday if there's anything I can think of to do with points. Let's see. Brenda is here. Happy Car Tuesday. Thank you, Brenda. Cope Racing Transmissions is here with a Merry Mopar Christmas and some Christmas tree package emojis or gift emojis. Welcome to the stream, Cope. John Cope. KJ Kiley is here, says hi, everybody. Bringing us greetings from Pittsburgh, I believe. Good to have you here. Johnny C is here. Happy Christmas Eve. We've got some interactive greetings between one another. That's good. You guys feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We won't always read those comments out loud, though, unless there's something... Tavo says he'll be in and out. There's other people expecting me to pay attention. Put your phone down and enjoy Christmas, Tavo.
Some kind of bracket up here with the phone so you can walk around and be on our live.
JB's Little Shop says he has 5,000 points.
I don't think you've issued 5,000 points yet. Yeah.
JB, if you want, you can redeem your points for the Subaru.
Yeah.
Huh? You're not even that far away.
Yeah, he's close. He's in
You can
Tennessee.
come get that Subaru. All right.
If I emailed you a video from JB. Oh, okay. Let me see what that's all about.
All right. So we generally talk about cars and automotive adjacent things. Many of the people who come to our live stream are also people who work on cars and often people who make social media content about cars. Generally, people have YouTube channels, and in some channels, in some places, it's considered sort of rude or sort of out of place. Like I know when we don't advertise on other people's channels. That is not the case here. If you are making stuff, doing stuff, if you have pictures or video or any of that stuff about your project or your channel and you want to promote that, you are welcome to do that here. You have our permission, actually encouragement. We want this to be a community space where you can talk about what you're doing. And we regularly try and sort of promote. It's not, is it promotional? We don't click the box that says promotional, but we just want to uplift the other channels
Right. Well, there's a difference between promoting a product and
Right.
mentioning your friends that have
We don't get
channels.
paid anything for it. It's just what we do for one another, and we do that here. Now, in our live form content, we probably don't talk a lot about other channels, and when we're up at the shop, we don't do it as much because there's not as much clicky and we're distracted. So on Tuesday night, it's definitely about community. I don't know if JB's little shop, our moderator, has the clicky clicks in front of him. If he does, every once in a while he'll put up a link to someone who's in the chat, to maybe their newest video or to their YouTube channel that you can check out. And so we all have an idea. It really is fun when we have an event, when we kind of all know each other's project and what's going on in each other's lives and that type of thing. Or sometimes we help each other out, by sending parts around or pointing each other, like for collaborations, or, like if you need parts, a parts car or a junkyard or that kind of thing. A lot of times, I mean, it's rough. It's not easy out there building old cars. So sometimes if you can get a leg up from a friend, it can be like, it can really make the difference. So we try and keep track of what everybody's doing so we can all kind of work together just a little bit, just a little piece of help on someone else's project you feel like a part of. And it's more fun. Honestly, I don't think I would enjoy working on cars. I kind of stopped working on cars because it was such a solitary hobby for me for so many years. I was alone in my garage working on my car, and like once a year I went out to an event and I didn't really know anybody. Or I knew a couple people. That's not true. I knew
You
some
got a lot
people.
of people in here.
Oh my, have I missed some
Yeah,
new
you missed some
people?
people. Grandma Vic's in here. Um,
Oh, Grandma Vic, I'm sorry. I didn't call you out because
well,
I called out Grandpedo Vic.
scroll up a little because I think a bunch of people came in and you were all talking about
Blabbity, blobbity, blah.
JB, both JBs.
I got both
Okay,
JBs.
that's good. And okay, scroll back down again because you went way up. Okay, I'm just lost here because
I'm sorry. I was watching while I
okay,
was blabbing.
okay.
So, white walls on a Trans Am don't look good.
Oh,
Should be
that's
white letter.
I remember those little thin white walls. They were still around in the 70s. But
Buddy,
yeah,
I think I prefer the white letter tires as well. I don't know if it's I think they look it dates the car quite a bit because the white walls, I remember in the early 80s, the white walls, that's just what you got on tires. Just like the wider white walls date the cars back to the early
oh, the
70s, I
wide
think.
white walls, 1960 was the end of it. My grandmother bought a 61 Chevy and had white walls, and I was so disappointed because it was a little white stripe instead of big fat white wall because that looked right to me at the time. But I remember that real well. 61, no more wide white walls. And when I see cars that are newer than that with wide white walls, it hurts my eyes to see that. People have because they weren't there, so they'll have like a 73 something with big wide white walls on it. And they think it looks right, but they're young people that don't know exactly what years that happened.
JB's Little Shop says he's just on
Okay.
YouTube to have fun. Well, yeah, but making friends and having community is fun.
Day after day. Says I enjoyed hearing your story, Kim. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. It's just I was watching everything scroll by and I was losing track of who was here.
Yeah, as this chat scrolls, it can be sometimes be nerve wracking. JB's Little Shop, our moderator, says I'm still trying to figure out the link share. This will give me a chance to practice, so hang on.
Well, good.
It's no
Okay.
pressure, JB, but so I apologize if you don't get a link this stream. Just for the future, remember that it is perfectly cool here to
Okay.
ask for a link or to talk about your new video. Say, I
Colleen,
just put up a new video about this or that. Go ahead.
Colleen sent a video from JB, which I assume is JB's Little Shop. And I don't know what's on it. I haven't watched it. And I usually don't just play somebody's video. I don't know how long this is, but I'm going to click on it and see. Oh, let's see. Maybe I can play this. Maybe not.
It will probably play in Media Player, the very first default app. And you can just click it and click. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but where is it?
Well, it's right there.
Yeah, but nothing's happening. Oh, it is happening.
It just takes a few minutes.
Oh, let's see if I can get it over there.
Oh,
I got to get it over
oh,
there.
don't play that.
Oh,
It's
is it
absurd.
bad?
Oh, JB puts up a link. Who's that link to? Oh, to his own channel.
Okay,
Good job,
so
JB.
okay, that's good. I'm sorry, I played something. I don't know what that was, so I played it, and then Kim didn't like it there.
Okay. Grand Pedo Vic says he agrees that he's here for fun and for memories for his grandkids to watch. That's good. That's excellent. Yeah. Uh,
Man, my grandkids all grew up. They're all well, no, one son. They're all adults. The other one, they're little tiny girls that are. One of them's just starting to talk.
oh yeah. Yeah, Constantine's daughters
Yeah,
are very
yeah,
small.
very
3
small.
and 1.
Yeah, not even 3 yet, and the other one, so it was like 2.3, something like that, and 1. Yeah.
JB's wondering if this car has a column shift. I don't see. Usually it sticks just barely up over the dash. And I
Man, I
was
thought
talking about the
this.
white walls. If you look, there's a pretty distinct difference between the
Yeah,
white walls on that one. See how they're a wider, narrow white wall?
yeah, but they aren't the
And
big fat one.
this is the it's difficult against the mirror of the thing to this is a narrower, and then they have the pinstripe white wall too, and it only, especially on those wheels, white wall does not work at all. It's just wrong. White letters would definitely work better with those wheels. I'm not a fan of those wheels really either. They're not my jam.
Can you get
Oh,
you got the chat stopped?
I just
Okay, there we go.
Grand Peter Vic says, hit that like button, peoples. Go ahead. Hit it wherever it is. Oh, hit the like button. It won't hurt you.
What are you doing?
There'll be a like button down below
Oh,
you.
oh,
I
I
think.
see.
I think
You're
it'll be
like
down below you.
you're yeah. You felt like you're pointing at my chest, and I'm thinking there's no buttons on my chest. Oh, Colleen, I told them to watch first. I already put it up there, and then Kim goes, "Don't play that." So I don't know. I didn't. I didn't. I should have watched it. Um. Okay, let's see. I wanted to. I chatted with Mexican Spec earlier, and he's normally in here. So what happened was he went to go pick up a car. I have a picture of the car here.
And
Some
Mexican Spec is one of our regular moderators, and he is in a lot of he moderates in a lot of the different car
so
streams.
he went to
I'll
get.
give us a different. Oh, you're blowing it up. Sounds good. That looks
Well,
good.
I can kind of blow it up, but I want to make it.
Whoa,
Jeez.
there we go.
Okay, there we go. He went to go get this car in Mexico, and he had it sold, and he had to go deliver it, and he didn't get very far down the road, and it overheated. So he stopped. He opened up the hood, and he's trying to get the pressure off the radiator, and it blew coolant, hot, sticky coolant all over him. And he said he had a really good shirt on. It ruined the shirt, but it probably saved him from being burned. So he got the thing cooled off enough. Somebody there recommended a radiator shop. He went to the radiator shop. The guy there pulled the radiator out, took it apart, rodded out all the tubes. You know, they stuff a rod down through each tube to clean all the goo out of it. Soldered the radiator all back together, put it in the car. Didn't have a thermostat in it. And the guy at the radiator shop said it never had a thermostat in it. My guess it probably did. And so he drove it. He drove it home, and he goes, it never came off the cold peg. It just ran cold the whole time. So he says he probably put a thermostat in it, which I think is probably a good idea. But he's got to get it delivered up to the U.S. border, maybe like today or tomorrow. I don't know. Well, tonight he's with family. He said he just isn't going to make it because he's been on the road. Now he's with family, and so and I expect a lot of people are going to be with family, and some of them are here and kind of watching us in the background. That's okay. We don't expect people not to spend time with their family. But
Oh,
anyway,
that reminds me
that's
of
what
something I wanted to say. Go ahead.
that's what happened with Mexican Spec. I wanted to put the car up here that he had.
I want to make a special shout out hello to John Hart and some of our other viewers who are on like Roku TVs and such like that. And the only way to type on those sort of devices is with your remote control.
Oh,
And it's very
geez.
slow, and so they cannot really participate in chat, but we know they're watching. And we usually don't say anything to them because they're not chatting, but we appreciate you for being here. So thank you for watching. And yeah, so that's where some of these numbers are here. There's 20 people here, but there's only 10 people chatting. A lot of those people are on devices that really are not conducive of doing the interactive sort of thing. So, yeah, happy holidays to all of those people, and thank them for being here as well. Oh, what is this? It's a
Just,
pace
it's
car.
more 1973 cars. I'm trying to make it so it'll scoot up, but I can't make it do that. I don't know what. It's
Might
a,
be able to make it scoot up.
oh, you can. It's a pace car from, I can't read it because it's a little tiny picture and I blew
Oh,
it
it's
up.
yeah, it's not quite up to
So
that.
it's kind of fuzzy. But
Oh,
that's a 73 Cadillac.
potato, potato, potato. Have
So,
no fear. Dougster Wolverine Garage is here. Welcome to the stream, Dougster. Check out Dougster's channel on YouTube as well. Cope Racing Transmissions ask, how do you know when your neighbor is a, what is
okay.
hokey? When his car is stationary and his home is mobile. Ah, boy. Wow.
Roku has
That's
an app.
not funny. That's just
I don't know,
accuracy.
Roku has an app for the phone with a keyboard. You know, we stayed in a hotel when we went to Texas. And they had Roku, and it's the first time I ever watched Roku. And I sat there and just, I was tired, so they had a big lounge chair in the hotel room, and I was just leaning back in that thing and watching, just binge watching how it's made. I kind of enjoyed it, but that's the only time I ever watched Roku.
JB says that's an Indy 500 pace car.
That's a big, heavy bastard.
Can you believe
Jeez.
that car's going Indy 500 speeds? It's huge.
Well, like they pace at about 100, but
Oh, is that all it is? Okay, I guess
ought to
that
be able
makes
to do that.
sense.
They ought to be able to do that.
Did anybody watch Hoovie's new
Oops.
new
That
pace
was
car?
that's the wrong picture. Let me go the right direction. I think this is supposed to be 73. Kind of hard to tell.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, there's the one I had earlier. Oh, there's that Cadillac again. There's a whole, it's a whole bunch of official pace cars.
Oh, wow. Do not subs to Dougster. You will get a dang potato. That's right. He hands them out. Right?
Okay, Cope's asking you questions that I don't know what. Okay, now that's way too big.
Kim, if you don't know, ask Wilburn. I will. Okay.
Yeah, JB says these are all 1973 picks.
Where is John Wilburn?
But this one's in way too close, Kim. I don't know how to fix that.
Okay, well, I'll change the viewing.
There's a couple of changes I can make, and there's a couple of changes she can make, and we can usually make it all work. Oh yeah, I put Cope Racing Transmissions. Yeah, and John Cope has some pretty good videos. Very different than a lot of the videos, and a lot of times it's just real stuff going on. He did a couple of customer service videos, just talking to a customer about problems with the transmission. And of course, I worked automotive with customer service for a long time, so that's pretty interesting stuff. Just do that live on video.
And he has recently done some videos on some specialty racing transmission parts development, and it's kind of interesting. It's it's deep in the weeds, I would say.
But you really have to.
It's really interesting, but it's kind of obscure unless you are in what is it? Is it SFI approved? Is that the right way of saying it? Jeez, I'm sorry that I don't know exactly, but I've watched about it, and it's cool to see like John is bringing his expertise to the development of new parts, and that's cool.
A 73 Grand Am, which is my favorite year of Grand Ams. It was a mid-sized car then. First year for the Enduro, GM called it Enduro, the plastic bumper that was all squishy. And if you hit it, it'd squish in and then pop back out. Pretty cool stuff. But I remember driving one of these back, it was a year or two old. And I really liked that car. Gravita says that's when cars started to get fugly. I like that car though. Uh, and I don't know why. I don't really like the gills in the back. I like the ones with the window back there, but yeah, that was okay. Uh,
JB maybe has the link systems figured out. Go me, says JB. Good job, JB. And yeah, Mama M3 is asking if you could post a link for so her son has a channel called Mopars, Mustangs, and minivans, and we joke also mini buses, and there was something
they got a
else.
lot of minis, but he only has 3 of them on his channel.
So yeah, they're it's a family affair that they are working on them cars. That's when cars started to get fuggly. That one's a little bit interesting. That doesn't seem right though. That looks like a different front end than supposed to be on that body of a car.
Oh, that's the first year of the Grand Am. That's the first year Pontiac made a Grand Am, and
That's the
I
first
like
year.
that nose, and I don't know why. I'm just a weirdo.
No, it looks like a last year kind of thing, like they're trying to update an older car, but it's actually the
That was
first
the
year
first year.
on that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, JB, make an enemy out of Coke. Put ketchup on a hot dog. Yeah. Keep going. I'm sorry I interrupted.
That's okay. Uh
Get the Coke there.
oh, a Hokie's a Virginia Tech football fan. I see. It's a rivalry. It's a sports ball rivalry. Very nice. I didn't get the.
Oh,
I didn't get.
it's
the
like when I
connection.
lived in Cleveland, or right near Cleveland, and I was also working over in Pennsylvania and Sharon. I was going back and forth. Man, the rivalry there was that you're either a
I was worried.
Steelers fan, or a Cleveland Browns fan, and it was like I was supposed to be friends with both these people.
I was worried it was some kind of racist word, and
Oh,
I didn't want to be yelling it out in the street.
like Cope isn't gonna do
Cope was
that.
making me say something that I
Cope,
shouldn't
Cope
be
wouldn't
saying.
do. I don't think
He's
he'd do that.
tricky one. You
He
just
wouldn't
don't
do that to you.
know.
Cope's a good guy. He's a pretty funny guy, but I don't think he'd do that to you.
Grand Pino Vic, Grand Pino Vic had a '73 Grand Prix with a big block. It had no floorboards, but it would move a bit.
Oh, it's what's it call it?
A
The Flintstones,
Flintstones
Flintstones
mobile.
version.
JB said he had a Le Mans and a GTO, but no Grand Am. Maybe one day. Maybe. They're out there. They need people to take care of
Not
them.
many of them left, are there?
You know, one of the things about the car hobby, it's distorting is even the people who are interested in cars, they're not interested in cars this old. And they don't have the money to have a lot of choices. So there's cars like this that are just rotting in the tree lines somewhere, and if they sit there long enough, they will never come back. And I mean, I guess that's the way of the world, and we can't all have 10 cars. So if you've got something and you're taking care of it, do that. But it's odd to see, like, the cars that people really loved the most, that were the most valuable 20 years ago, are now just sitting in museums collecting dust. And the museums have to have the cars that people think are the coolest. So at some point, those cars just get left. You see people pulling out cars that are older restorations that have been sitting for 30 years. It's like, wow, there's just not enough mechanics to maintain all this old iron. I never got a GTO. I will probably never get a GTO.
I have never had a GTO. I've had a few Pontiacs, and I like Pontiacs, but just never had a go.
Mama M3, who doesn't like slaw dogs? They're good. Sometimes I'll even put yellow mustard on a slaw dog, and grilled onions if they're available. I just mix them all up in a horrible, horrible thing. Cope Racing Transmissions has never had a slaw dog. Well, they're best if the bun has been toasted, because they tend to. You don't want your slaw too dry, but a regular bun will get really soggy. Dougster says, I caught an auto parts store closing sale and bought 2 Edelbrock AVS2 carbs for $475. Last summer, the local speed shop quoted me $800 for a pair. Hey, good score, because you're going to need them for that tunnel ram. You've got polished up, made custom spacers. Excellent. Brand new. 2 brand new ones for $475 is phenomenal. Name brand and everything.
Papa Jewish says, I don't think Pontiac sold a lot of those early Grand Amps. You're absolutely right. Our Pontiac dealer across the street from me. They were there, but not many. A cutaway blazer thing. Oh, yeah, it is. It's a Chevrolet. That was the first year for that body, 1973. And yeah, it's some kind of display they had.
Oh, it's all chopped up. So you can see the frame and the body and all the... That's wild.
I'll see if
and it's 2 different colors in the back, too.
I'll see if I can... It's going to get kind of fuzzy looking, but...
You see, like, the tailgates split.
Oh, that's not a blade. That's a 4-door. That's a... yeah, what do they call that?
Suburban.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was a Blazer, too, until I zoomed in and I could see the post.
Dougster says, I've never owned new carbomotators. Hey, if I miss anybody's comments, please forgive me. You're allowed to repeat your comment if it seems like it's just gone, because sometimes stuff slips by because we're talking too much. Sorry.
This is the Merry Christmas, good people. You too, Cope.
and John Cope. There you go. Grand Peter Vic says, I'm going live when I start my LS3 on the engine stand with and for my grandkids that have had their hands in my engine for the swap. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
You want to talk about first starts? You videoed it, but we weren't live last night.
We did not do it live. We did a first start on the Dart. The engine is assembled to the point, but we are not going to go very far with it because it is not going to get a first drive before the end of the new year. But we were able to get a first start. But the discussion of that first start is sort of secret.
And it is?
Okay. Yes. We were occupied. I had hoped today that we've got a new video format kind of thing to do. On his channel, we're going to discuss the first start.
Oh, are we? Okay.
We're not going to do that here because I don't have a way to show the video. So we're going to have a long form content video coming out this week to show that we did do a first start on the Dart. So that is, yay, first start. So yeah, that's
okay,
coming.
I didn't know if you want to talk about it or not.
I don't think we should talk about it because we don't have any pictures or video or anything like that to accompany it. But I had made the commitment to get the first start on that. And we didn't even get to test to see if the transmission shifts yet. No. So there's more to talk about. And that's coming. We'll probably talk about that for New Year's because I had committed to get it first started by New Year's. So before New Year's, we will have you, we will definitely have your first start update. Sorry about that. I'm shifting my butt in this chair.
Table quake. Old table went away from me.
Jack says, never bought a new vehicle? Never will. Nope. I've had a couple of Kias, and I would never buy another Kia because I had terrible problems with Kia customer service. I actually went into lemon law litigation with the Kia people, and it is horrible, not memorable events for years that cost me tons and tons of money.
I can't move that downwards.
You need to move it down.
Yeah, it's
still a little big, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it looks good. We could screw it. You did well there. Now you can see those brand new Chevy trucks, 1973 Chevy trucks.
Is that Chevy or Ford? It's like a rock. I forget. Like a rock. I think the Like a Rock is a later thing, isn't it? They were still square bodies doing the Like a Rocks.
I don't know.
Buy a truck. Keep Make this country great. Buy a truck. Get a big rebate. Buy a truck. Oh, buy a truck. Okay. Tim just finished our Christmas Eve dinner, grilled New York strip steak. Tomorrow is dinner with the in-laws.
See, Tim
Well,
made it. Tim
glad you made it in here.
Tim was the first one here, but now he's here. Remember, he
JB
was
says
first way
I'm doing
back.
a first start on the Blazer for the third time soon. Oh, have you got it resolved? Is it going to start? That's great. John Bossum says, Buff, what are your thoughts on the fly-by-wire planes nowadays versus the old traditional cable-operated controls?
Well,
Boy, that is way out
that
in
is,
left
yeah,
field
that's
as far as...
it's way into the weeds. All right, that's how we're going. You know, there's a lot of good to it because there's a lot of automation that really helps the pilots fly in a really complicated environment. But, you know, it's computers. Sometimes there's a 1 where there should be a 0. Everything goes to hell. I don't know. I worked on so much fly-by-wire stuff because they were, they're drones. They were big, hefty drones. So, of course, they're fly-by-wire. There's nobody in it. So, I never thought I'd work on something like that, but I did. I don't know. That's too much of the weeds here in this channel, I think. But, yeah, it's the future. A different set of problems.
Grampito Vic says I have a 2018 Kia Soul for work with 125K that I've beat the brakes off of. Depends on what day it was built, I guess. Yeah, it did depend on what day it was. Because years after I got it handled, it came back that the problem was in the wiring harness. And because I lived in Pittsburgh where there's a lot of salt, the wiring harness was built badly and it would get... When it rained, it wouldn't get injector pulses. And so the engine would misfire and stall and throw engine codes. I couldn't get it through emissions inspection. A 3-year-old car that I bought brand new that was still under warranty, I couldn't get through emissions inspection. And it would stall with my family in it and young children in it on the highway and just stop on the highway. Like those... like, it was terrible. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. What's this? Chevy wagons by the truckload. Oh, yeah. That guy, I'll bet you he's a car dealership. And they're talking about they've got lots of them. Would you want a new wagon like that?
Those are the original clamshell. I don't know, 73. Clamshell came out in 71. Clamshell is one of the tailgate opens like this. Like a clamshell. Big station wagons.
Dougster says Chevy trucks are big useless paperweight. Buy a Dodge. Man, I lean Dodge. I don't do Chevy because I think it's too mainstream. I've always been the underdog sort of. Mopar or Ford for me. My van is a Ford, and I gotta say it is a commercial quality vehicle. Boy, okay. Chat's run away from me. It's not a real truck until it goes up a cinder block mountain in a commercial. Well, alrighty then. My 2017 Ram got beat up in a hailstorm last May. Her name is now Dimples. Yeah.
Dimples. My son's got a Dimples car.
Ugh. Yeah, his son's car's got dimples all over it.
Brand new.
See, I don't...
It's not a 6-month-old, whatever that thing is. Kia, some kind of...
We don't have a place to keep all our vehicles under roof. I don't even like shiny paint. It gives me anxiety. Let's see. Dang ugly Dodge trucks. I like my Dodge truck. You're telling me a square body is attractive? It's just very utilitarian. It's beautiful in its simplicity. I'll give it that. When you hit 100 subs, it's a milestone. It's amazing. Then 500K subs is another. I can't say above that yet because I haven't gotten there yet. 500,000 subs? We have 2,000. 2,100?
Yeah, we're 21 and a quarter, something like 21.30, something like that.
It's a number, you know. It looks like there might be 30 people watching tonight. I think that's a way more significant number than a subscriber count. And it's you guys, and we care that about the people who are here because those are the people who are most relevant. But there's people who comment on our videos, and that's amazing. And it's nice to have community. And I don't know. Everybody sort of views those numbers differently. If you have a lot of subscribers, you have to interact with YouTube differently. You can't be one-on-one with with people in chat if you have hundreds of thousands of viewers, because there's not enough hours in the day. So I am enjoying our smallness because it gives us so much more opportunity to be
Some bug flying around
personal. It's a little moth. We
here.
get
Yeah,
a
it's
lot of those.
driving me nuts.
We're going to
Yep.
pull stuff out of closets with moth holes in it. See, the pic says it all. It takes a Chevy to haul a Chevy. Gimmy's my Xmas treats, Chet. Rose Staten is here. Welcome to the stream. Who in here is registered for the No Name Nationals? Mama M3 is.
We both
are. Oh, Tim says the mailman just stopped by and he got his Christmas card from John Wilburn.
See, John said he sent me one and we don't have one yet, so maybe.
Did you get the mail today?
I did not get the mail today.
I got the mail yesterday and it wasn't in there yet?
I got the mail the day before, so.
Oh, somebody else got theirs today. All right, I'm going out to check the mail. I'll be right back.
You're going to go right now?
I am. I'm going to go.
You got a light? You got shoes? It's not going to be nice out there. You got to run to the mailbox, which is way out by the road. You watch you run out there and there'll be a bunch of sales circulars with stuff on sale for Christmas. Try to get you to go spend all your money.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Oh, she's singing. I don't know if you can hear. She's singing potato, 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 and running out the door with a flashlight. And for you down under, those of you down under, a flashlight is a torch. Running out the door with a torch. First time I heard that, I didn't understand it, and then I got it. Only in North America is a flashlight a flashlight. Everywhere else in the English-speaking world, it's a torch. Let's see here. Everybody's subbing to everybody. That's good. I have to be good being a mod. Yep. Dean Stevenson's here. SAEJB. Dean Stevenson, good to see you. Let's see. Got my Christmas card. Does he got his Christmas card today? JB put up a link to Dean Stevenson. Man, Kim's back already. Doug's are just filled the screen with potatoes. So now I have a hard time reading all the other chat because it just flew away. Kim, we've been covered with potatoes. Nothing but bills in the mailbox. Yeah, I have very few bills in the mailbox because I do everything online. Everything went paperless, but there are a couple of them that still send me paper, even though I went paperless. What's going on, Kim?
Redacting the address.
Oh, we got it? Oh, stick some tape over it or something.
I got it.
Oh, well, that's why we didn't get one from John Cope. We didn't get it because
That's a lot of potatoes.
It wasn't here yet. So
here it is.
Oh yeah, that's not redacted very well, but it's.
No one can see it. Here we go. Yep. There it is.
Let's see, I got it.
Thank you, John Wilburn, for sending us a Christmas card. We got one other Christmas card from our neighbor, and Christmas cards are something.
That's kind of like a blast from the past.
It is, and he's pulling the cousin. I don't remember the name of that guy from that movie.
Okay, so you want to read Dougster's?
Dougster says, potato, potato, potato.
Don't count.
Potato,
Don't
potato.
count those potatoes.
Okay, I'm done. Let's see. Here a torch is an open flame.
I was talking about torches being like
Me,
in North
me.
America, it's a flashlight. Everywhere else in the English speaking world, it's called a torch. And then he said, well, you scrolled away, so I can't see it. Lester LeSabre said, here a torch has an open flame. Yep.
Actually did run out to the mailbox outside of
I
the
can't
street.
believe you got there and back that quickly. What'd you do?
Yes.
Run?
Yeah.
Ran through all those like dips and curves. And
You got to be careful. Our
piles
yard
of
is
leaves.
very.
If I walk out there, I fall over.
Well, you're an old man.
I'm an old man. I don't fall over, but I'll trip.
Dean is the only person on YouTube that only speaks in metric. Ooh, I don't
You know,
know.
Dean,
The
Dean
only
speaks in both.
person?
Dean speaks in both.
There's a lot of people who speak metric.
Well, here in the U.S., there's automotive's been metric since 1977. That's when they started. They probably wrapped it up mid 80s, and of course we had Japanese cars and European cars, so you got to speak metric. And then aircraft, we've had metric engines, but I'm pouring my whatever this is.
This live stream is our version of a Christmas card. I've offered you all greetings. I didn't make a lot of phone calls. I did send some text messages on Monday, I think. Wait.
Messages.
I sent some text messages this week to some friends and things like that, my mother and such, so that because I am low energy this time of year. I get the seasonal sort of slumpiness, and so the fact that we've been out in the shop like 3-4 days a week for the last since
we've been out there
since we both got sick, and it's because it's winter and the cold weather and the dark just is not healthy. So, but then once we were better, we're out there wrenching. I put a whole engine in a car.
Antibiotics.
With your help.
Antibiotics was like magic. 2 days, all the sickness was gone. And because I got a secondary infection in my throat, and it was just went on and on and on. I finally I don't like going to the doctor, but I had to go to the doctor. And man, did that fix the problem. So I feel good now. But out there in the shop, we got that wood stove going. But when that fire starts to die down, man, it gets cold in there in a hurry. And I'm like, okay, we got to go. You either got to
that one night
I
I left it get cold. He got too cold, and so now I have to be more careful about how temperature I keep it around here. The dealership has mistletoe. No, we're not kissing on stream. We'll get demonetized or whatever. So Mama M3 bought cards but couldn't find her address pad. Oh, I'm not organized enough to do cards. I don't have anybody's addresses either. I never even thought about it. That's a lot of advanced planning. I'm not so good at that, but I do this. Thank you for the Christmas greetings, and thank you even just for the thought. That you might. The shop, the barn, is insulated, but the doors are very drafty, and a draft is the worst.
Well, the doors they're old barn door types that open like this and close, and they're sheet metal, and they don't seal real well,
big.
and they're just they're leaky. But man, you get anywhere near that wood stove, it's toasty warm, and then even at the other end of the shop, it's not bad. I got a thermometer right over there where I sit, and I'll see it get up as soon as it's over 60, I'm really nice in there because I got a couple layers of clothing on, and I feel pretty good. And then there's a little electric heater there. If I'm too cold, I can just let it blow up into between my legs. It keeps me warm.
38 Racing,
hey.
Welcome to the stream, is wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Happy Honda Days to you, 38 Racing. And Let's see. Doug, they won't play my video. Just post it on your channel and post a link. We're not playing it on the live. No. Dizzy Izzy says he hasn't talked to his daughter in 10 years. She moved to Alaska. She sent me a Christmas card from Michigan.
Hmm.
The
So
holidays
that
can be
recently?
difficult. I hope that means things are going better. I hope that means things are going better.
GB, not sure if those Fords are 73s. I'm not versed on those, and the pic wasn't captioned. Okay, so somebody in here will know what year
There, I'll make us a
the
smaller.
Fords are. Yeah, because I don't know what year they are either.
I mean, that looks like about the vintage. I like that era of Fords.
And Danny
for
Boyd's here.
trucks.
Hide your gin. The Danster is here. Yeah, we don't have any booze in the house.
Oh,
do we?
Danny Boyd knows. Danny Boyd, I'm going to award you 2 points for pulling the year of that Ford up. It says because of the amber turn signals and the nomenclature on the cowl.
Where does
That
he
it's
say
a
this?
77. It's the very last comment there.
Oh,
Hide your gin. The Danster is here. Dan.
okay. So we're gonna move on because that's 77. We're not into 77.
You know, we never really discussed that. And I think a lot of the people who are actively in chat already know is something that we took up a little more than a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, is that we like to assign a year, not a decade, but a year, a specific year. And this tonight is 1973. And then we ask our viewers if they would like to send in something automotive or automotive adjacent that aligns with that year. And it gives us something because you know, most people only have one project that they're working on, and to show the same stuff every week, it could get repetitive. Well, this gives us like a depth of stuff for our viewers to send us in. What car did you like, or maybe what car did you really hate from 1973? Like, oh my God, they changed the grill that year and it was horrible. They should never have done that, and throw that out at us. And you can send pictures of that kind of thing to buffdelcampo@gmail.com. I'll type that in so you have it, because I don't think JB's
Oh,
typing
and I haven't been looking
so
at
great.
I haven't been looking at my email.
And then every once in a while,
Oh, Brenda sent email. So why did that not go?
okay.
Oh yeah.
So there is an email that you can send pictures that you like. Don't send 10 dozen, because we can't go over that many, but send a couple. And then I really enjoy these dealership pictures and the auto show pictures that you guys send in. That's great. When you're sending in pictures, make sure, well, please send your on-screen name with the pictures, because if your email is not the same, so we can figure out who is who. And you're giving us permission to use the photo, you know, on the live if you're sending it to us. 73 was the first year for crash bumpers. Front only, maybe?
They were, okay, they made I don't know if it was a law, regulations for 5 mile an hour bumpers. In the first year, 73, they had to be 5 mile an hour in the front, and two and a half or 3.5 or something in the rear. And then the second year, 74, they had to be 5 mile an hour in both ends. So yeah, 73 was a little lighter.
And some well, they knew it was coming, right? So they started beefing them up.
And they had to be a standard height. So
Yeah.
bumpers hit bumpers.
For safety. And it kind of does make sense, but some of the auto dealers or auto manufacturers, some of them did it well, and some of them, it was just like horrendous. It was this atrocious thing that they just scabbed onto the fronts or rears of cars for a couple years until they kind of got the idea to integrate into the styling of them. So a lot of people really hate it. And wasn't 73 one of the first years that they mandated catalytic converters? Or was that 74?
Is there a way you can, I don't know if that.
Yeah, I can make that smaller.
That's from,
actually, no, that's the size.
Yeah,
of
that's
the
from
picture.
Brenda. So I'm going to try to get through it because she sent several.
Ah, that's very pretty in green.
Brenda's cars. Oh, look at that. That must have been fun to get those headers in there. Oh, remember we did that down there at Tony's? Only it wasn't an E body. It was a B body Chrysler the guy had there, and Tony and I were in there trying to get the headers out from under,
Oh,
and then I could barely get out from under the car because I was hurt. My back was hurt trying to get out from under the car. I didn't really get hurt there. I have a hard time getting up. Dizzy said he graduated high school in '77. One of the youngsters here.
JB says he's damaged forever. Well, now you fit in perfect, JB, with all the rest of us misfit toys, as I've liked to say for many years. We are the misfit toys, and proud of it. Uh-oh, was that the thing you're not
Yeah,
supposed to...
it's in my
Ah,
pile of
that's
stuff.
funny. You almost showed it unintentionally.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. Hideous looking bumperettes in the 73 for the Dodge Challengers.
Yeah, 1975 for Catalyst. Oh, old cars and music. It's somebody new here, right? I hope. Welcome. Yeah, so this is 1973 year, so I'm going through a lot of 1973 pictures.
75 for Catalyst? Are you sure it wasn't 73 or 74?
No, 75.
It was the bumpers in 73.
I bought a 74 Matador, brand new, no Catalyst.
Okay.
75 was, yeah, all that happened.
Because when I was growing up, those cars were getting pretty old, but you still had to have it. If it was on there from the factory, it had to be on there.
Still does.
It was like, that made the older cars really valuable because you didn't have to have it if it never had it. So it made it really hard to get a car any older than 75 because people held on to them because they didn't have to meet those standards. Because we had, just pretty strict emissions inspections in Pennsylvania. I love this sublime green, says Dougster.
Here's one of these pictures I think Kim likes.
Oh, yeah.
You like it when they're on the trucks and the dealers and everything?
Yeah. Those cars look so not shiny.
Yeah, they look... Oh.
Do you notice that? Black and white pictures don't show the shiny in the
shininess,
cars.
I guess.
They don't look new. They look, real dull. Isn't that weird? Do black and white pictures always not look shiny? Or is it just the dullness of the photo?
Danny Boyd, I rode in one of them Matadors when I was a kid, and it was a couple or a few years old. Yeah, I bought one of the ones with big bug-eyed Matadors, two big headlights sticking way out. I loved that body style, and I bought one because of the body style. I bought one brand new in 1974. I was in the Air Force and young guy, easy to get a loan. And I bought one, and I had it for 8 months. And then I wanted to open a business, and I had to borrow money to open a business. And so I sold the Matador just to get out from under the payments. And I wasn't upside down in it. I was okay with it, so didn't have it for long. I sure like that car. This is JB. I understand you're from Union. I grew up in Lewisburg and lived in Clayton. I don't know where all these places are. Are you reading or what?
I need a break.
Oh, okay. So I gotta keep.
I'm reading my voice out.
It just shot away from me.
I'm sorry, you guys
Pontiac made a special edition of that model, cutouts on the hood for the Z28. That Dizzy Izzy said that. Danny Boyd representing Randolph and Clay Townships here. We can do John Bossoms. I can't keep up with this. I don't like the vinyl tops of the 70s. Yeah, I'm not a big vinyl top fan either. At the time, I didn't mind them. Things just flying away from me. I can't.
You have to just pick specific ones and read them. You can't read everything. You'll make yourself crazy. Guys, we love your comments, and it's okay to just keep comment. Oh, we have ads?
Oh, okay. So
ads will run shortly for some
Okay,
viewers.
so this is what I did.
Oh my.
I can't get rid of the ads anymore. I tried to get rid of the ads, and I used to do that, but now I'll just kind of keep it quiet. What'd you do?
I clicked a button and it said ad skipped. I don't think we're going to go to ads.
Just let it roll.
I'm sorry. I messed
Don't
it up.
mess with it.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you mess with it, then it changes everything. And last time you messed with it,
I did. It
made a huge mess.
It wasn't that huge.
Well, it took me.
It was about average.
All
was an
places are
average
outside.
mess.
All those places are outside Dayton, Ohio. I thought about putting one on my 03 Crown Vic. I like the looks of vinyl, but not the rust. Yeah, they looked okay when they were new, but man, like right now, I've got a 78 car with vinyl roof on it, and there's not a spot of rust on that car, and it came from Texas. But I'm kind of afraid to pull that vinyl roof off, but it's probably going to need to be done. Didn't Officer Malloy on Adam 12 buy a new Matador? I think they had Matadors. They were driving there for a while. They had some Plymouth satellites, and then they had some Matadors on that show. Yeah, the rust from not sealed roofs sucked.
Yeah, even here in Tennessee, nothing rusts, but the vinyl tops will rust all the way through the roof. It's like, wow, I didn't expect that. The water gets in there and it just sits.
Dean Stevenson. And if it's not metric, it's not a car. All the cars we're working on now are SAE because they're old. Oh, that's kind of interesting picture.
Oh, is that rail cars with filled up with what's that in the front? A Cadillac and some Chevys and some.
Big Chrysler product wagons. Yeah.
Oh man. There you go. There's the family truckster there, right in the middle. Here, I'll blow this up a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, those are big C-body Chrysler cars. 1973.
Yeah, this looks like your car back
Yeah,
there.
that's a Valiant.
The green one. It's a
Okay, I completely lost the chat. They don't have a brown button. Should be thanks. I thought so. Jaguar XJ40 designer, Dean Stevenson. That Jaguar XJ40 designer. What if we just put corners on it like an American car?
Oops.
Lester Slaver Dean, I don't even read your comments. Whole cars and music. I don't know if Pete bought one, but Jim did. That's how I learned that Jim could actually drive a car. Dean Stevenson, Lester, you're way smarter. JB, Can-Am sure was a looker. I like mine, but it was rusty, as all those Colonnade cars did. Did those see? I was out in Southwest then, and nothing rusted, so I didn't know those things were that bad. Dougster says a gentleman in Alberta, Canada, is an old police car enthusiast and restores them to proper spec. He's doing a Matador cop car currently.
Nice.
Danny Boyd says I used to occasionally see a Can-Am first gen around the University of Cincinnati campus. Dean Stevenson, yes, turn your frown upside down. Danny Boyd also used to be a 74.5 Hearst Olds Cutlass parked on campus.
I'm going back up for 1 second.
Okay, good. You read.
Nope,
I can't keep up with it.
Just pick one.
Just pick one. I'm struggling with it. Dan, JB so sweat. Dang, Dean the Bean. That's why I now call mine 173. Forget metric. JB, there used to be a guy in Bellbrook that had 4 of them. The rear cars. Hey man, my job is done. I can join some friends. Friends? I don't know. Okay, what happened? You gave us a black screen. Kim's over there messing with the thing, and I don't know what she's doing. Dean Stevenson French forums and convinced them to call 350 Chevys 5.7 liters. Yeah, it's kind of funny. A Chevy 350 is a 5.7 and a 351 Ford is a 5.8. Really? Oh, I see what you're looking at. Jaguar. You guys are going to have differentiate between JB and JB. I get confused. You just look for the blue wrench, and you know it's you.
Well, yeah, but I think when we're reading.
Oh, when we're reading, I have to say JB. Maybe
we'll just
JB's Little Shop.
Maybe we'll just call JB Little Shop.
Yeah, Little Shop.
JB's Little.
A 1973 blackout. Okay. Is that what you're doing?
I'm going to look. Dizzy Izzy has requested the Pontiac canned ham. Ham. The Pontiac canned ham. Yes, that's what we're looking up. Pontiac canned ham. I wonder what Google will do if I type that in. I didn't actually type that in. I'm looking up the Can-Am. All right, let's do that.
Can-Am, that looks like a Grand Am.
Put it in.
You put in Can-Am or Grand Am?
I don't know.
You can't find it now. All we have is a black screen.
No, it'll come up. Patience.
See, that's a Grand Am. That yellow one, Grand Am.
Grand Am.
All those are Grand Am.
This says Can-Am. That says Can-Am.
Oh. Yeah. That's a 76. Or 77.
Why is it 77? 73 Pontiac Grand Am. Grand Am. What did I do wrong?
Can-Am is probably later model. I don't know. I remember those, but there was one.
I don't know.
Can-Am was meant to replace the GTO, where the Grand Am was supposed to be a more sophisticated European. It was about the first American car with the high beam switch on the turn signal. Yeah, which I like. That's one thing I don't like about the older cars. You know, just trivia, Ford Pintos, had the click, click, click on the floor, the switch down there. And those things get stuck and they're not always nice. And the last year of the Pinto was 1980. And it was up here. They did that the last year. Kind of weird. Okay, Can-Am was 77. Now I get it. Danny Boy, thank God, and Greyhound.
Okay, so there was no Can-Am in 73. So for misguidance, I am going to deduct.
You're going to deduct points?
1 point.
What's that yellow one behind you?
You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm never deducting points unless somebody does something heinous.
You know what?
So what I am doing is everyone who is active in the chat and actively watching, that means you, Roku watchers, everyone gets 1 point except the person who misguided me to look. Who was it that told me to look up who was it? Was it Dizzy Izzy? Dizzy Izzy, you don't get that 1 point, but everybody else does. So in the overall race, everyone is 1 step ahead.
Okay, right behind you, there's a yellow.
Is that mean? Is that too mean?
Yeah, you're being mean. Right behind you, there's a yellow GTO.
Yeah.
Which is the correct year, which is a
73 GTO.
And that was the last year for the mid-size. See, GTOs were always a mid-size car. And then the last year for the GTO was 74, and it was on a Nova body. It was a small car, and which I thought was terrible at the time. Now I really like those cars, but yeah, that was the 73 GTO. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's see here. JB's Little Shop says I still like the foot dimmer.
You know
What
what?
I
I
don't
like
like
the foot dimmer, but I don't like when they get old and they get all sticky and grimy
yeah, and
from the dirt on the floor, and then they don't work good. But when they're new and fresh and clicky, they're really good.
can you scroll? I'm trying to read this and it just flies away from me.
Oh, did we lose the
I
comment you
lost
were trying
I
to?
lost right where I was talking.
Okay.
There, stop. Mom M3, they're planning on putting the dimmer switch back on the floor. Too many women getting their feet stuck in the steering wheel. Okay, scroll it back down. Horn button on turn signal is weird. Yeah, my Mercury's like that. I
Oh
don't like
yeah.
it at all.
It
You
took me a while to
push in on
find it on that
you
one car
push
that
in
was
on
like
that. I
that.
don't like that. Um, 38 racing. Finally, I get a point. I got a point. JB's little shop. Well, if it was a Can-Am in '74, it was actually a '73 G's. They always came out a year later, unless you count on the '04 to '06 Holden GTO. Oh man, those were great cars. But it's a car about the size of a Honda Accord with a Corvette engine in it. Um, Kim, does your Dart have a foot-activated windshield washers? My
No,
Valiant does. My
his
Valiant
Valiant
has like
does.
squishy thing.
Yeah.
It's
And
a foot pump.
I
It's a
had
foot pump.
never seen that. I did not know that was ever even a thing. And we found it in his car, and I was like, "What is this?"
Okay,
So,
I need your mouse because I'm trying to.
did you just steal my mouse?
I stole your mouse because I got to scroll up here. I saw something so far up here. I mean, the chat's going fast enough. I can't. Oh yeah, it was Cope said 8675309. Okay, I thought I saw that up there.
Is it
Okay,
Jamie? I got your number. Brenda, I got your number.
I don't know, but we're gonna. I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss some comments.
I think
Honeycomb
we've said
wheels are
that
just
several times.
honeycomb wheels are just as sexy as old 8-lug Pontiac wheels. Yeah, I remember those 8-lug Pontiac wheels.
Oh yeah, those are special. Who did I see showing those on a video not too long ago? Maybe Junkyard Diggs had some
Oh,
8 lug Pontiacs.
Danny Boyd said his '68 Cougar had the front pump, the foot pump windshield washers. Man, I remember my '67 Cougar. It could have. I mean, it very well could have. I just don't remember it. The Holden GTO is good. I prefer a Pontiac G8. Yeah, I kind of like the GTO because it's a two-door, but the G8's fine too. JB's Little Shop. It's hard to watch your phone and use the stick dimmer. That's why we have so many women running in cars. Cope Racing Trend. What's Jenny's number? 8675309.
It's Jenny. Okay. All
Eight
right.
six seven five
Hippie
three zero nine. You
Hippie
remember
Long,
that?
welcome to the stream. Says, "Hi guys, seems to me there was muscle cars after 73. Monzas had V8s, Gremlins and Pacers had V8s. I agree, there was definitely some muscle cars after 73. The reason we are specifically discussing 1973 is because each week we pick a year and we try and talk around car centric stuff from the year that we've chosen. So 1973 is tonight, and that's specifically why
We talk about '73 stuff or whatever you have.
yeah,
But
we can
yeah,
talk about your
it's
car
just
as
like where
well.
you choose a year to kind of look at
And
stuff.
this gives everyone an opportunity to sort of participate about like what they like from that year, what they don't like from that year, what maybe they owned in the past. It sort of stirs some memories. It's sort of like a time machine kind of
Oh
vibe
yeah,
that we try and get going here.
'73 was my first year in the Air Force, so I was making money, a single guy, looking for a car, and I ended up waiting till '74 and bought a car. Um,
JB reminded me that it was actually Pole Barn Garage that recently had those 8 lug wheels on a car. It was a 67 2+2 with the 8 lugs. That was where I saw it. It was real recent that he was working on that car. Does anybody else like watching Pole Barn Garage? I've been watching since he started not started, probably like the third or fourth episode into the Holy Goat. Before they had even named the car, I found his channel, and I was like, wow, this is intriguing, and I couldn't click away after that. And I watch pretty much
Well,
everything he puts out.
we met him at the first annual No Name
We did. We
Nationals,
got to
but
meet
he
him
hasn't
in
been back.
person.
But that's when he had the Holy Goat there, which is a really interesting car because he bought a car at an auction that had been out in Texas for I don't know what 10 years, 20 years or something, and they used it for target practice. So it was an old GTO that was full of bullet holes, and it was all smashed up. He put a good engine, trans, and rear end in it, and he raced it with the bullet holes in it. Yeah, it was kind of interesting.
Grampito Vic says that 140 horse cars were not muscle cars.
Where's this? Where's this?
About to scroll away at
Oh,
the
I
very
see.
top.
140 horse cars. Oh, they were muscle cars because they had big engines, lots of torque. But yeah, they'd lost all their horsepower. Oh,
I mean, I think that you could argue, but I think 140 is a very low horsepower muscle car. I think most people would be making some. Maybe it's a good start to a muscle car, but it's not a factory muscle car if it only has 140 horse. Probably. I don't know.
JB, some of them that junked a solid
Maybe it identifies as a muscle car.
65 Bonneville wagon last year with a 421 and 8 lugs. Yeah, you're down there with. Do you ever get to retrieve any of that stuff? Just hang on to it? Yeah. Tavo, Christmas lunch consumed and digesting. Danny Boyd Sand Mountain Ballistics has 8 lugs too.
I didn't watch the Sand Mountain Ballistics video with the 8 lug car. Darn it. I don't see everything. I see a lot of the stuff, though, that's going on. But we've been busy in the shop, so there's probably stuff that I've been missing. I don't know. Sometimes my YouTube algorithm just keeps showing me the same things that I don't really care to watch. And then I miss other stuff that I would watch. I don't know.
Okay.
Hippie Long just rebuilt his heater box and a new core and a 64 Dart GT 4-speed. Oh, I gotcha. Well, my friend had a 70 Laguna with the seats that quarter turned. It had a V8 3
Well,
on the tree.
Laguna came out in '73, and yeah, they had twisty turny seats, so you could turn and step out of the car. The swivel seats.
Really?
Yeah.
73?
73 Laguna.
I'm gonna pull that
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
That's
73's this the year we're doing.
yeah.
I really like 73 Laguna. I almost bought a 73 Chevy El Camino with a Laguna nose on it. I really wanted that car, but it was just before I went in the Air Force, and I had to get a loan, and my parents are like,
Here
they
it
had
is.
to, they had to,
Here it is. Here's all the propaganda
Yeah, see?
about the seat.
and they just went no, so that's why I didn't get it. Yeah, see, there's that seat 73 Laguna.
Oh, here's a lady advertising it. Swivel out seats. I'll be darned. That's interesting. Oh, the color scheme on that woman is I'm not my favorite.
A little bright.
She's a little too orange. I don't know. Some people really like the redheads.
JB so shop 140 horse will get what you need. Gears and trans will make it fast. Yeah, when all those cars went to lower horsepower and the low, they were trying to meet all the emissions requirements. Most of those big engines still had torque, but they were way off. But they're still fun cars to drive. Like 75 or 7 Trans Ams, they were still okay. Big old torquey engine.
all right.
My
Disney
dad had
Izzy specifically asked for a 73 Charger with houndstooth interior. And we'll have to find it. You guys have to help me find it because I don't see it yet. See houndstooth interior? I don't see any
What's that?
hounds.
What was that orange one up there? What's that one? I don't know if that. No, that's
It's
not
just
houndstooth.
orange. Houndstooth is a pattern.
Tommy Hamlin's here. Very happy Christmas to all. Yeah, it's probably already Christmas there. You're Tommy's in Ireland. Yeah, auto dumping seats. Yeah, Olive's here.
Auto dumping seat. It's oh man. I think the Chrysler ones swiveled a whole 180 degrees. The front seats of a car?
Yeah, I don't know why you'd want that, but I think you're right. I think they did. I
And
guess
the
you could sit,
Imperials.
I guess when you're parking and sit there and swivel around backwards and talk to your passengers. I don't know. Yeah, I guess in the Imperial on the passenger side, then you could have like a conference room back there, and the driver was over there by himself.
And he says they sucked because they sat too upright. I don't know. I don't remember. They didn't. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I got to get back to
You can
watching.
scroll
the
back
chat.
up for a second because
More
I think
scrolling
we missed, I
back
think
up.
we missed something important.
Okay.
Look for Grandpa. Oh yeah, there he is. He says, Grandpa Vic says, "Good night, everyone." He's got an early morning.
Good
Okay,
night.
that's what.
Yeah.
That's what
You
I
have to be
missed.
up early for
That's
Merry
what I
Christmas.
missed. So I didn't want to miss that because somebody's saying goodbye. Okay.
Happy Honda days, Grandma and Grandpa Vic.
Okay, we've already
Olive
covered
is
all
here.
this.
Welcome to the stream, Olive.
We've already covered all that.
How did I miss when she came in?
Because it was right when I was asking you to scroll back, and I said said hi to her, and then I
Oh, I'm sorry.
go back, and
It has
been a
busy
going
night.
on. It's been busy, yeah. It's been busy.
If we miss your comment or we don't say hello, please forgive us. It is not intentional.
And Johnny C is here. I don't know if we said hi to Johnny C.
Running
earlier.
all this monstrosity of studio can be very daunting.
You still don't have the second camera in here that we could just swing it through.
That's
and show
true.
everybody.
I don't even know where it went. It's in a box that went out to the shop, and it never came back.
It belongs to 66, 67 Novus Rock. A lot of people like that body style.
Oh yeah.
I like the 68 and later, not because of the body style, just
What
because
did the
of
Nova look like at 73?
Oh, it looked like the 68 through 72, except it had big bumpers on it. And they made the quarter panel or the quarter window in the back a little bit funny looking. And they took away the little wraparound grill. They put some little plugs there. Remember those?
I mean, that's a pretty nice Nova. I would rock a Nova looking like that.
Big ass bumpers.
I don't like the big dumb.
Well, see, the grill used to wrap around past the headlights, but they put
Okay.
some little steel plugs in there
Oh.
and try to make it look different. I don't know.
You didn't like that.
No, I didn't like that. And they also, yeah, they took a really good looking car and tried to change it. Yeah, they're trying to make the bumpers look right, and it's kind of.
Oh, because they had to have different bumpers and they had to try and make them not look dumb.
And they look dumb. Like a couch out in front of the car.
I mean, it takes a little bit of time to update a car into a new, to meet new standards. 73 had a rear hatch, I believe.
Oh, and the hatch, I think you get both. 73 and 74 Novus. I guess 73 was the first year that had the hatch. I don't know if all of them had it, but you may be right. I don't know.
What, instead of a trunk, it had a whole
Yeah,
hatch
it was a hatchback.
that lifted the glass?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no
look
way.
Look at Nova hatchback. 73 Nova hatchback.
They were all like that, or it was just
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. See, there it is. I had a friend that bought one. He bought it so he'd go up to Reno and gamble and sleep in the back of the car and then go back in the morning and gamble some more.
That's a big change. I didn't realize they did that.
Yeah, they did that.
Did they continue it after that?
I think 2 years. Yeah, Danny Boyd says 73 through 79 had optional hatchback. So maybe it was optional. Because that's what I was thinking it was. 1974 Opel Record D Trump 74 Chevy Nova with 250 inline six. Man, I'm not sure what that looks like. The 74 Opel Record. Are you down under somewhere or Europe? This bug is bothering me. It's flying in my face. I think I got rid of it. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's not something we got here. We didn't get, yeah, Opel Record Series D. We didn't get that in the U.S.
I'm not big on those headlights.
That's European.
I see. Interesting. I was going to look at, there was something else that somebody was talking about was the, oh, I sneezed. I haven't sneezed in a decade. 73 AMC Pacer? I didn't realize they started those Pacers in 73. Did they?
Yeah, I thought they were 75, but maybe it's...
Let's see.
I thought the Pacer came out in 75, but I may be wrong.
All right, we're going to find out.
Oh yeah, and some Pontiac Venturas had hatchbacks. Man, I love the yeah, see it says right there 75.
75.
75 to 80, yeah.
You're getting out of range. Darn.
I was there then, so I remember it.
73 Hornet? My mom had an AMC Hornet.
The really downside of those cars was the glass was so heavy. You go around a corner and
The
a
AMCs.
lot of weight up here. Yeah, the flying. There was somebody put a 401 in one, and it was in all the magazines. And they called it the Flying Fishbowl. I remember that.
There you go. That looks like my mom's car.
She had
Although
a Hornet
my mom's car was a
73?
4-door. No, it
Oh.
was a little bit older than the 73, but we're talking about 73.
Yeah, I like the 73 Hornet. I think it looks like an okay car. The two-door like that really looked good.
It's unusual. The lines and the curves are very non-conventional. They were trying stuff. And it was very distinctively AMC. The bodies were like bulbous a little bit. It looked like somebody closed the windows and just like compressed air filled the car up and just boom.
Danny Boyd says Opel is surely lighter than the Nova. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Nova is just such a solid platform, and it was is the same as the first and second gen Camaros and Firebirds underneath. It was just one of those things. There was a lot of cars that had similar stuff and a lot of aftermarket things available for them. And I had a lot of those cars. I had Novas, first gen Camaros, and they just drove so nicely. Just what nice solid cars going down the road. Who was it here? God, it just went away. Just the first one.
Okay,
That's,
'cause
first
Tabo-
one's right behind there. We Hippie Long. We had Opel GT and Opel Manas. Yeah. Okay. Continue the score.
Okay, Tavo says he sent you a photo this weekend.
You sure did, but it's not 1973. But I can show it. I know what he's thinking. And Tavo, I've thought about that because I've thought about making the Ute, but then I also thought about this, which is I'll show it, but it's something that was not available here. It is that happens to be a 68 Valiant wagon. Well, there were no 68 Valiant wagons up here, in the U.S. and North America anyway, but they got them down under. And yeah, I mean, I thought about doing that, but then, what if I got a 4-door wagon? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I kind of want to make a Ute out of mine. Let's see, Gremlins are cool cars if you put a small block in them. Oh, geez, one of my best friends back then had a Gremlin, a 429 Ford, and a C6 and a tunnel ram, and that's when I had my Cougar. I told everybody I'd show pictures of my Cougar again sometime.
Dizzy is, he said they made the Hornet with a 360 SC. What's the SC stand for? Oh, AMC 360 engine. That 360 is
that may have
to
just
AMC,
been that
isn't
just
it?
may have been a designation for the car. But I know they had 360s. That must have been.
Is
something.
AMC 360 a unique engine? Like it's not something.
It is the same engine platforms like the 290, 304, 343, 360, 390, 401. If you looked at them from the outside, you'd never know the difference.
Oh, I see. Different bore and stroke.
Yeah. And there were no big blocks and small blocks. They were small up to the 401s.
But that was an AMC specific engine.
It's an AMC engine, yeah. It's
I see.
Nothing like any of the
Yeah,
others.
but it's a 360, so you would think, oh, is that a Chrysler engine?
Nope.
But no, it's an AMC
It's an
360.
AMC.
I learned these things. Wasn't passenger door longer on the Pacer?
Yeah, the right side was longer and the driver's side was shorter.
read that.
And they did that so you could open up into traffic, although that one was still kind of big. But the one on the passenger side, you could open up over the curb or sidewalk or something. It was easy to get in the back seat because it was a long door.
JB's Little Shop doesn't like the unibody on the Novas. I don't know. I think the unibody is an asset to those cars because it's lighter.
67 earlier were unibodies. And 68 and newer were the unibody from the firewall back, and they had that bolt-on frame up front, which I didn't like at all back when they came out with it. But after I had a few of those cars and I figured out how great they handled, what solid cars they were, I really started liking them. Okay, Danny Boy, look at how the rear door is different from US Darts Valiants. It's more like a 63 Valiant rear door. Okay.
I'm going back to it.
Yeah,
I'm going back to it.
Got a lot of stuff going on here. And then I'm going to bring up my Cougar because we've talked about this Cougar before.
Yep.
But oops, wrong Cougar. Wrong Cougar. I scrolled the wrong direction. Yeah, that's my Cougar with the Chevy in it. And yeah, that's me back in 1979, I guess. That was my Cougar. My 67.
The R stood for race.
Where is that? That must have been that SOB. I'm not sure what they were talking about. Also, Gremlin 401 XR. Yeah, that friend of mine had a black Gremlin with a 429 Ford tunnel ram, and I had this at the same time, and both those cars were just tire burners. They just like smoke tires and make noise. Yeah, bro. What you want when you're that age, you know?
You were having fun.
I can't believe none of us ended up in jail. Those things they're just crazy cars, you know? And both of them his had a 9-inch Ford, mine had an 8-inch Ford, but they were both 556 gears. So you can imagine they were didn't matter what gear you put in. If you started leaning on the gas pedal, the tires would go up in smoke.
I need to go back. I need to roll back to something else.
Okay.
All
right.
Brenda said, where did Brenda say? Oh my, I missed her comment. There it is. 1973 Mercury Comet. I'm not sure why she said Point Redemption.
Oh, look up because you had a Comet up there earlier, and I don't know. Yeah, there's Comet, 73 Comet, which is like a Maverick, but it's a Mercury version.
Oh, it's a Ford.
Can you scroll this step back down?
Oh, we're losing the chat. Guys, we're having a great time, and we enjoy all your comments, but please forgive us if we miss your comment or we can't follow all the different lines of chat. But we're glad that you're here, and we'll try and get to as much of it as we can.
Okay. Danny Boyd says, Buff, was your Cougar Caribbean blue? It looks like it. Mine was Caribbean blue with black, probably vinyl top. Okay, I bought mine from a used car dealer who had it painted at some kind of cheap, like an Earl Scheib paint job place. And the first time I washed it with a spray thing, big pieces of paint peeled off of it. And it had gray primer sealer under it. So that's why it's all primered and everything. It was just sickening. You can see up there on the roof, on the passenger side, I should say on the right side, there's a gray spot up there. That's primer sealer. And when I hit, where is it? Right there. When I hit that with the spray wash, it peeled a piece of paint off the roof about this big, and I'd only had that car about a week when that happened. And so I don't know, I started sanding it, and I never did paint it. That thing was fast, and the friend of mine that had the 429 and the Gremlin, he wanted that car so badly, he just kept offering me cars and money until I let him have it. When did the Maverick Grabber come out? Man, I'm thinking that was 72, but I'm not sure. Because you can look for that. Maverick Grabber, and it had two little hood scoops that were kind of spread apart on the sides. Could have been 71. I really don't remember. I was thinking it was 72, but it could have been 71. Could have been 73. Jeez, I don't remember.
There's the 72s are all the ones that are listed.
Okay, so yeah, it's got those little scoops on the hood. Yeah, and they probably had 73s as well. I don't know. Yeah, those are the Grabbers, the ones that had those little dual scoops up on top.
Interesting.
Now, I don't remember the splitter underneath. That's something that somebody added on. That wasn't thin.
Boy, that moth is just...
The moth's driving you nuts, isn't it? I thought
around and around and around.
Yeah, I thought I grabbed that guy and got rid of him, but I missed. He's a really annoying little animal.
Let him outside.
Hippie long. I have a 72 Maverick in the garage right now. Green with white vinyl top. Smells brand new inside. Man, isn't that nice when you get a car like that? My 78 Mercury Zephyr Z7, it doesn't smell new inside, but it looks new inside, and I don't think anybody ever smoked in it or anything. It's clean. Doesn't smell bad or anything. It's pretty nice. Man, do I have a picture of that thing inside? I might. I just gotta find it. Oh, a lot of pictures here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there's my Z7 inside.
Yeah, it's nice.
I just got that. The only thing inside, see the panel on top of the steering column? Sun or something's been on that. It faded that all out, but I'll pull that off and paint it. I'll just have the paint.
It was garage kept though.
Yeah, that was garage kept from the time it was new. So, yeah.
Someone said something. Johnny C talked about a 73 Corolla.
Oh yeah, look that up.
I had a Toyota Corolla, but it was an 83. But there's the 73 Corolla. And they were known for their durability and reliability. They were pretty good.
Sometimes I see something funny on here. Brenda says, the rear of the 73 Buick Riviera looks like the front of a 73 Grand Am. Oh. But the 73 was actually a little bit subdued. The 71 was my favorite year of those Rivieras. It was a single year with the louvers in the back. And 72 looked just like it, except no louvers. And 73, they kind of rounded things down a little bit because they had to start putting big bumpers on them. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It looks like the front of the 73 Grand Am. See, the 71 through 73, that picture there, that's actually a 72, I think. That silver one next to me.
Yeah.
See, they kind of subdued it down a little bit in 73. But they were trying to come up with bumpers that would work. That big old point would never work with a 5 mile an hour bumper. Ooh, yeah. That'd be like a 5 mile an hour stab in the front end if you hit it.
I mean, it would slow you down. I don't know.
See, they rounded things off a bit, but she's right. You know, it kind of looks like the front of the Grand Am. They also made the Grabber with a 351. Really? I didn't know about that. I knew they had 302s in them, which was quite a car, but I never knew they put 351 in them. In the Maverick Grabber. My grandmother went out and bought a 73 Maverick. And we were going around looking at cars, and I really wanted to buy there was a bunch of brand new 72 Dodge Darts at the two-door Darts, the front row, that were leftover 72s, and the 73s had just come out. And I remember the brand new price was $27.77. And I told and they all had slant sixes in them. And I told my grandmother, this is a car to get. This is the perfect car for you. And she went out to the Ford dealer and bought that new Maverick Grabber with the 302 in it. And everywhere she went, she was burning that right rear tire. Because every car she'd had, like flathead Plymouths and things, you had to push the gas pedal to the floor even to make it start rolling. So she tore up that right rear tire. And she didn't even know she was burning the tire up. Oh. 38 Racing, the only way I can get any of my cars to smell good inside is tear out the interior and hang trees in them. Well, you got some old cars though, they're beyond the new car smell. JB never cared for the 73 Riviera. It's like I like the previous 2 years best. Yeah, I like my favorite is the 71 because it had the louvers. Look up 71.
No, we're talking 96.
Oh yeah, we're talking 73.
I'll look it up. Riviera? 71 what?
Riviera. Cope transmissions looking at everything here, I guess.
Hey, Cope. Looky.
See that one right above your head? If you zoom in on that one, I think you'll see it. There's louvers on the deck lid on either side of the boat tail. That's how you can tell a 71. 72 looked just like that without the louvers. And 73 was the one you just showed with the more subdued tail end. But they were all boat tail ribs, Well, GM, all their cars in 1971 had the louvers in the back. It was a 1-year deal with General Motors. But the Riviera, of course, you can tell because it has that.
Somebody said something. Buddy Carfano asks, did you test the heater core in your Mercury Zephyr to make sure it leaks?
No, I did not.
We have not got there yet. It's going to come in the garage, though, this week. It will be...
I hope it does.
The next garage day is to get... So that'll be coming really soon. The next live stream, I think you'll be seeing
the guy that
Mercury.
The guy that had it disconnected the heater, took the hoses off and plugged them together. And he bought a new heater core that's in the trunk. So I can't imagine somebody doing that if it.
But we'll test it.
But the last thing I want is
tester.
antifreeze all over the inside of the car.
But we'll use a pressure tester. We'll see if it's gonna leak. It's gonna leak.
Of course. It's 47 years old, and somebody bypassed the heater. You know why they did that. 38 Racing, I kind of like the 80 Riviera. I've had several. Cope. I don't know what Cope's doing. Looking at everything. 67 Riviera is a sweet ride. Brenda Dino Don Maverick.
Do you know who Dino Don Maverick is?
No.
Oh.
Rogue Buick Boat Tail. Tale. Danny Boyd, my dad's sister had a boat tail roof. I wrote it back in the 70s. We've had stopped the chat for some reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, this is where we were.
Okay. Maybe along 64 5 Rivier's best clamshell. Yeah, 65 had the clamshell covers on the headlights. 63 and 4 had the separate headlights. And for some reason, I kind of like the 63 and 4 better. 73 has less boat tailish rear bumper. Yep. Yeah, and they were trying to, all of a sudden they had to have a 2.5 mile an hour bumper in the back. And the next year it had 5 mile an hour bumper, and they got rid of the whole boat tail thing. I think that's why they got rid of it. Yeah, clamshell hideaways were 65 only. Brenda Cargo, Dino Don Nicholson. Who's Dino Don Nicholson? That's probably.
I'm sorry, we don't know who that is. I'll look it up.
Probably a drag racer or something. I should probably know.
I would think, yeah, you should know.
Most of us couldn't afford the cars we own today. So fortunate to have bought them in another time. Kim and I have talked about what we paid for some of these old cars. In my Zephyr, I just paid a lot for that. I mean, she blurted it out on your one. It was $5,000. but that's what they're all going for. And I,
And
re-
this one is a nice example.
and
It's
I
very
really,
complete. It's in good condition.
I,
So
I really
it's a
wanted
great cost.
I really wanted a Mustang Fox body, but a good Mustang Fox body is way, way more money than that. It's more money than I had. Mexican Spec had one I really wanted, but it's too much money. I couldn't do it. And he had one that was, I don't remember what year it was, 85 or 6. It had the old style dash, the early dash, which I like, and it had a 302, Mexican 302, which is a better 302, and it had a 5-speed manual. It's like, man, I wanted that car. And it was a really perfect looking car. Bright blue car, but it was too big of money for me. I just didn't have it. 71 had those louvers for the 71 forced air ventilation, air moved through the car continuously. Yeah, every GM car had that 71. Everything from the Vega to the full-size cars, and then 72 that was gone. They let the air out somewhere else. Do vacuum, not pressure.
We could do that. We have little vacuum,
I'm
like
gonna
brake bleeder pumps.
I'm just gonna take it out.
I mean, we should test
The
it.
last thing I
It's
want to
gonna
do
leak.
is have antifreeze like go up on my windshield and all over the inside of the car.
Well, that's why we do vacuum. That's a
Danny
good
boy,
idea.
I always buy junk, so that's timelessly affordable.
You know what?
That's what
Junk
she
is
always
not
tells.
so affordable.
That's what
Like
she always tells me.
my like even parts for junk cars are expensive. So now you're investing expensive new parts into something that's junk. It's like, well, at some point, like, boy, I should start with something that has some value. So if I'm sinking money into it, at least it's going to continue to have value. Whereas junk, it just, you're throwing good money after bad. It's a little bit tough. I don't know. I don't know. And it is the auction houses and the investor collectors that do make it difficult for the hobby to be affordable for people. But if you're picking one car to work on, you know, then it's not so bad. You just save up all your pennies and get one car and work on it. But when you do dumb things like I do and you have 10 cars here that I'm trying to work on at the same time, it's insane.
Um,
It's unmanageable.
JB says Zephyr Z7 is rare. You never see them.
No.
Yeah, I looked
And
all
not in
over,
this condition.
and I was looking all over. The Z7 was kind of my second choice, and the Ford Futura, which is same car, different grille, different taillights, but that's it. Other than that, they're the same. And I found like 4 or 5 of them around the country, and this was definitely the best one. And JB's the one that found this for me.
Yeah, and there's it does need some work, but it's things that we are absolutely going to be able to do for it. And it doesn't appear to have been abused in any way. It has been babied.
Well,
So
38 Racing's right. It says a Fox body, and I think it means a Mustang has most likely been beat. The Mercury of yours hasn't. Yeah, the Fox body Mustangs, that's what I found. Ones that were not so expensive, that were really beat up and had changes done to them you wish people had never touched them. Or if they were any good, they were really expensive. Mexican Spec had a great one. In fact, I think he
yeah,
still
it's
has
really
it.
pretty one.
I think he still has it for sale. But it was more than it was almost triple what I paid for mine. But yeah, it's what it is. It's a low mile 302 5-speed, great Fox body Mustang. What are you going to do? Look for that?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay, that's all right. Anyway, maybe I'll be able to tag and insure my Fox this spring, bring it home, and fix it up like I did my truck. John Boss was 1973, way the beginning of the gas shortage, never-ending lines. Man, I was there for that. There were people that met in gas lines and they ended up getting married. Where'd you meet your wife? Oh, we were waiting for gasoline. I remember the lines going out the gas station way down the street a couple of blocks. And a stupid politician step into it and go, okay, we're going to limit everybody to 10 gallons per stop and then 5 gallons per stop. Well, now you got to get gas like 3 times as often, which made the situation worse, of course. It'd be long. I sold my 2003 SUV beginning of COVID. I bought a 72 Maverick, 64 Dart GT 4-speed, and a 65 Barracuda Commando 4-speed. I'm having a blast. Yeah, no kidding. See, when what happened with me was I got my 2016 uh, Mazda 6 got totaled, and that's when I went and bought that 78 Mercury Z7 because I wanted something simple. Wasn't all full of electronic modules. Because I bought my Mazda new and I maintained it well, but to go out and buy a used one, they all had like 150, 160, 235,000 miles, things like that on them, and you don't know how they were maintained. You know you're gonna have nothing but trouble with that. So all this is I have a rule about never buying a car I can't love in some ways, makes the work and spends easier in some ways.
Yeah.
The cars are easy. Yeah, let's see, Brenda. Interest-free junk. Yeah, interest-free. Yeah, and you buy something old, you pay cash. Do we have anything we didn't pay cash for?
No.
No, you've got
I traded
your
for the
Dart.
Subaru.
You traded for the Subaru.
That
The
wasn't
Dart.
cash.
The Dart.
I did pay
You
cash
paid
for the
cash
Dart.
for the Dart. I paid
Yes.
cash for the Valiant. You paid cash for the Zephyr.
I paid cash for my van.
Van.
I
Oh,
paid cash for all those junk trucks and other parts vehicles that we have lying around.
my van. And
Yeah.
you're gonna laugh at this. I didn't want to take out a loan. I had credit cards in, and I went out and took out a. What did I pay for that van? I paid
cash advance.
I paid $2,700. So I went out and I just got cash advance on a credit card, and paid it off. Or maybe I just paid it off. See, that was an eBay purchase. I bet I just paid it on the credit card, and then it took me 4 months to pay the van off, just with salary. So, yeah, interest is kind of high, but for 4 months, who cares? But that's the last. I'll never do that again. Door moving line. Look at that mess. Well, I don't know that 366 a gallon. That's a much newer one. But sorry, no gas. I remember those. See that one up there, 85 cents a gallon. That's kind of like back in the 70s. Yeah, it's just crazy time. So generally one utilitarian purpose. I generally do need one utilitarian purpose or another anyway. Yeah, we've got her van right now, and then she's got a truck that's really needs. We need to get it registered and get insurance on it if we drive it
I
on
have
the
a
street.
94 Ram. That's a nice truck.
Yeah, it's just.
It smells like farm, though.
We're using it on the farm here right now.
Yeah. We're going to use it for firewood and for maybe as a tow vehicle. I don't know how long I want to sit in it.
Once you put it on the street, though, it's got to have licensed insurance,
Yes,
and
it does.
then the cost goes up. I keep my Malibu, and my new 05 Mustang became my daily and final car. It's Johnny C. Danny Boyd, Levittown gas riots. I don't know about those. Wasn't there.
I will look it up.
I was in Fairfield, California when most of that was going on because I was in the Air Force at Travis Air Force Base. All my problems, I usually find things to love and then I don't want to part with them. Yeah, and I parted with a lot of cars that I wish I hadn't parted with. Okay, I'm. Dan, you live in PA. Dan lives in Ohio, I think. Only had a car loan on one car, Mini Cooper. Oh, that's 38. Racing said that. Only cars I ever made payments on, I bought from friends. Had nice loose payment schedule, but nonetheless paid them off as quick as possible. Yeah, you're one of the good guys. You paid off a friend. That's how you lose friends. Yeah, they owe you money, then you don't see them again. Oh, what happened there? My computer just took a big whoop. What the heck? I haven't been paying attention to my email. Okay. Yeah, gas lines in the day they changed the speed limit to 55. Yeah, that was January 1st of 1974. What a bad day that was. That's when I started getting tickets. I didn't get tickets for about a year because I was being good, but then, I mean, speed limit is 55 and nobody's going 55. So police come out there just like shooting fish in a barrel, they can stop anybody. Yeah. Uneven gas days based on license plate in New Jersey. They did that in California for a while too. My 1989 GMC was $800 and 2001 Aztec was $200. Likely last vehicles I'll ever own. Got an Aztec. Mike N is here. You can't drive a truck with a farm truck tag on the road there. I don't know what the rules are on that. We might be able to.
I don't think I would want to register as a farm truck because there's probably limitations of when and where you can take it. I don't really want to do that. I want to be able to go wherever I want with it. I don't know though. There might be a discount or something, but I probably still have to have insurance on it. I don't know. It's probably not that much cheaper. It won't be expensive because it's not my primary vehicle. And then Lester LeSabre said odd and even days based on your license plate in New Jersey during the gas shortage.
Yeah, they did the same thing in California.
Yeah, that I've heard of that before. And I don't really, I wasn't around during that kind of
I
stuff.
remember lines like that. People out there just sitting on their hood, leaning back on their windshields and talking and drinking. Yeah, just waiting. And then there'd be a big gap, and pretty soon everybody get in the car and pull up, and then go back and sit on the hood again. What a mess that was.
And then someone had mentioned that they were envious that we have some property here. Johnny C says, I live in residential with limited parking, always envious of those with land.
Well, you know what? I lived in little places my whole life, and I bought this in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And the price is right, and I got 4.5 acres with what I call an old hillbilly house, which it is, and
we're on a hillside, so it's not 4.5 acres of like open flat land.
Undulating hills, kind of pain in the ass to build anything.
And the way the house is situated, there's a lot of.
But there's room.
There's like an acre of front yard that we can't do anything with. It's just there.
There's a hillside kind of down where you can't see it from the road. And of course, we can park a lot of cars there.
We have it good.
Because they don't show. And then we've got a garage that's on the property that's a pretty good sized small building.
Yeah.
It's bigger than a garage on the side of a house. So, yeah, I mean, when I found this place, I was in Ohio and I said, I want to go down there and look at it. Like tonight. Well, actually, it was a Thursday night. It was a Friday night. So Saturday morning, got in the car with my 12-year-old and we drove down here and looked at it. And from Ohio, and I said, yeah, this is it, And I know the house needed some work. It still needs some work, but, we have a garage and we have some room.
What year did you buy this place?
We bought it in 2006.
How many years did it take to pay it off?
They paid it off in 2018.
2018. And how many years do you think you lived here without being on the road?
Well, see, I was married then, and so my former wife lived here, and I was here. This is my home base, and I was here some, but man, I mean, all those years I was out chasing work all over the country.
He was working.
I was in
his whole career to pay this place down so he could retire here.
I was in Arizona a lot. I was in Maryland. I was in England. I was in Oregon, Ohio. I don't know. Just chased all over. Chasing work. 1973 De Tomasa Ford Pantera. Yeah, there's a hell of a car. And the predecessor to that was the Mangusta, which I like. I mean, I think it's a better looking car, but the Pantera is a much better car. A-body cars needs frame connectors. Oh, it depends on what you're going to do with them. We got slant six. We got A-bodies with slant sixes that put down the road, Danny Boyd says no problem when you have a license plate collection. I got a license plate collection, but you don't take those and put them on a car.
And when I got
What is
here,
this? A Chilton manual thing?
someone said that the real unsung hero of 73 was the Chiltons. I
Oh,
think they meant the manual. I don't know. Maybe they meant a person. Um,
I don't know what.
but yeah, when I got here, oh, Tim
Hey,
sent us a
look what we
wonderful
got.
Christmas
I don't
gift.
have my lights.
Super
They're up at the
chat.
shop. My Studebaker up there. The lights all flash when I get a super chat. It's pretty cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your generosity, Tim. It's never expected, but greatly appreciated. Um, when I got here a couple years ago, he had brought quite a bit of tools and supplies, equipment, and things for building airplanes, all his tool collection and everything, and crammed it into that shop to the point where you could not even get the door open to walk in. And we started working on the shop by climbing over the shelves that were packed against the door. And so, I mean, it was like a whole career of just stuffing stuff into that
Well, I
garage
had
and
a
hoping someday the Studebaker was in there, hoping someday he would get around to working on his old Studebaker. And now it's a working shop. So there's
I
been a lot
had
of sweat equity put into getting things going here.
when I was in Arizona, I rented some shop space there, and I had a shop that was more than 3 times the size of this one. So when I moved all that stuff up here from Arizona, I mean, came from a 3 times bigger building. It just couldn't all fit in there. I jammed it in there anyways. Look at Cope knows this song. I remember that song really well. Yeah, and Seal It With a Kiss. Yeah, I remember that really well. I don't know what you're looking for there, Kim.
Someone said about climbers, I guess, instead of
Oh,
Chiltons.
Climbers is another. Yeah, it's another
Seems
manual.
like they did motorcycles and small engines a lot, or at least that's what comes up when you do the search. You have some interest. You had a lot of interest in these kind of repair manuals. What kind of? I remember you told.
Motors auto repair manuals I used a lot, and then God, what were the ones that were so damn good? Were expensive. They're loose leaf and they're about this thick, and they're like even back in the '80s, they were $600 a volume.
Ooh,
Um,
it'll
I
come.
don't know. I can't
But
pull
the
it up.
story is that when you were in grade school and you had to walk home from school, you would stop at the library and check out auto
Oh,
repair
as soon
manuals.
as I get my library card, I was the day I turned 6 years old. Yeah, I'd get a Motors Auto Repair manual and carry it home. It's 3/4 of a mile walk. I'd keep it under my arm for a little while, and it'd get too heavy. I'd switch to this arm, and it'd get heavy. And by the time I get home, I was switching arms about every 15, 20 steps, getting really tired carrying those books. But I always had at least one Motors Auto Repair manual from the library at home, and I read those things cover to cover. I knew everything in those. 1965, Christmas of '65, I was 11, and my parents gave me a 1965 Motors Auto Repair manual. I'm sure I still have it around here. So then I had my own. Blake Gaddis. If you're going to have several cheap junk cars, keep the same make and engine platform. Yeah, we have a bunch of A-body Chryslers and Slant Sixes, but then I just bought that Fox body Ford or Mercury. But I feel real comfortable with it because I had so many of them for so long. I feel so good having another one. But
We are
yeah, we got a lot
we
of
are
Chrysler
all
products.
over the map.
Well, we have a
We
lot of
have
Chrysler
Chrysler
products.
stuff.
We
We
have a
have
lot of
Slant
Chrysler
6
products.
stuff. We have 318 stuff. We have a 360. We have a
Your trucks are all small blocks.
no, because that little Dakota is a
Oh,
four-cylinder out of a K car. And then the let's see, we have the Spitfire. That's some British thing that I've never understood yet. And then I have the Z car, which I should just get rid of because I've never touched it since I bought it. And then we have the Fords. We have the Ford vans. Each one of those has a different engine. Every Ford we own has a different engine. Yeah, it's insanity. and then we have a Chevy that we want to put into the
Oh, that's an engine. Yeah, that's going in the Studebaker probably.
that's going into Studebaker. And I have the Ford Bronco 2. And I have 2 different engines for that vehicle.
I think Brenda hit it. Mitchell manuals.
Mitchell's manuals.
I don't know. Yeah, that sounds right.
We're gonna see. I'll award you
Yeah, look up
points if that's the
yeah,
one.
but the new Mitchell manuals are all online, and you can buy. They're pretty cool because you can buy 1 year.
Oh, this looks like it.
Yeah, big blue sleeve manuals.
Okay, Brenda, I'm gonna award you 4 points. 4 points for because he was like, I don't know.
I can never pull this
And
stuff
now
up. My old brain it's got too
Automotive
It's like a
professionals
hard drive
manuals.
that's full too long.
Haynes manuals. I did have some Haynes manuals. Gearhead, that's the first comment I've seen you make tonight. Welcome to the
Who?
stream.
Ooh, gearhead. Oh.
We are rolling along. We're 2 hours in.
Are we 2 hours? We're 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is anybody enjoying themselves?
Didn't even notice it.
You guys are just like,
I'm just having a good time.
yeah.
Hippie long. I need an A body, 8 3/4. Man, yeah, we're gonna need. Well, our A bodies are okay because we're running slant 6s, but my well, and as long as I'm running a 6-cylinder, I can run that small rear end in Zephyr. But at some point, I'll probably need to put an 8.8 in there.
An A body 8 3/4 is kind of a premium piece because they didn't put a lot of them in cars, and they're pretty desirable. So you'll probably have to pay a premium price for one. I don't know anybody that got one sitting around right now. We put a Ford 7.5 from a Ranger in my A body, and it fit pretty good. The only thing we had to do was place the purchase from on top to underneath, and it fit pretty good. But 8 3/4, I mean, you have to have a lot of engine to need an 8 3/4.
Somebody up there. Man, where was it? Somebody's asking about the Studebaker. It may have already scrolled up because I was already looking down here. Yeah. Old Cars and Music. There was a black 59 through 61 Lark that would sometimes run 109 between Gallatin and Hendersonville. Was that yours? No. I bought mine non-running in Arizona, rust-free car, and brought it out here. Kim has 6-cylinder in it. Kim actually got it running.
I did. I did a will it run on it. It was early in. Was it on your channel? Early in your channel that we did a will it run?
Yeah, it's my channel.
On the Lark, if you want to see it.
That was never meant to run.
No, he planned on ripping that engine out and doing a front half where you put the unibody from another car.
I was going to put a frame under it, like from a Nova. Actually, I had a whole thing from a 79 Trans Am.
Well, you still do.
But I don't know what I'm going to do.
So he had lots of thoughts and plans for it, but it's kind of been put aside. We're going to work on other stuff for a little while still, but yeah, it's never been built. We haven't done it yet. Dan says the old first gen V6 Dakotas sounded killer powering through a manual transmission. I drove one and had a rear slider window open, freaking symphony. Nice, Danny. We've never driven that Dakota anywhere except up out of the garage.
Here's mine the day I got it.
Oh, I didn't know you had old pictures of it.
That's the day I got it in Arizona. It had all terrible tires on it. Very first thing I did was jacked it up. A guy delivered it for me, and we just tied it up inside the shop, and he dragged the trailer out, and kaboom, it went on the ground. And those tires were rotten tires. So I took the wheels off, went to a tire shop where I knew the guys, and the guy put a set of used tires, 4 tires on it for like $40. And he says, man, these are no good. They're cracked. They're all this. I said, I just need something so I can push it around in the shop. Those tires are still on it, by the way. So
they still hold air usually.
Yeah. So they're not good road tires, but they're good push around the shop tires. But anyway, that's it. That front end right now is hanging inside the shop, and those turn signals have my super chat lights in them. But at some point we'll get that. You see, the engine was apart. The timing, they didn't have chain. It had gears. It was just open. Kim got it running, and those timing gears flung oil all over her. So, yeah.
Tim says, I bought an 8 3/4 for a B body and cut it down for my Demon. Yeah, that's a lot of people will cut them down, but then you have to get axles for them, and depending on which bolt pattern you want, you can buy all the pieces. It's hard to find one.
That's the back of it.
Maybe try
I say rust free. It has that surface stuff on it, but that just brushes off.
Well, it's not all rotten. Like the
no, it's
like
not.
the car that Mopar Al was working on. There was a lot of rust in that car.
That rust you can take out like a Scotch-Brite and it just comes right off. It's not deep. It's just that's typical Arizona because everything gets kind of sandblasted out there. And then somebody on the trunk put a hasp. That's classy. Put a hasp on the trunk. I think there's a guy living in this thing just before I got it. But anyway, that's a car.
Dizzy Izzy says the Mopar 8 3/4 takes less to move than the Ford 9-inch because how the yoke is at a little higher angle. Yeah. That's important stuff to know.
And I don't know how the 8.8 is. I know the 9 is a strong thing, but I know it's
the thing about
is at a different angle.
The thing about the 8.8 is it doesn't have the dropout center section, which most people don't really need the dropout center section, but a lot of people are really. It's sort of like the premium sort of thing because you can choose your rear end ratio without redoing the setup. I don't know. How many times do people do that? Some people drive to the track, change out the chunk, and then race with it. And if that's what your plan is, I don't know.
Well,
I'm getting too old to do that.
I always had the removal, the dropout rear ends, but the 8.8 is not. But the thing about the 8.8 is you can get one and it'll bolt right into the Fox body. So that would be the thing probably to use.
Cutting down an 8 3/4, then you can buy axles to length and make that work for your A body. And then you can choose what kind of brakes you want in the whole thing. But you're going to be into probably $1,500, which is, hey, how much are build up nice old Mopars worth these days? That's like a pittance to build that kind of part. But it's completely out of our.
Brenda's got it right. Sun-baked rust, vastly better than salt road rust. It's two different things. The salt is just bubbly all the way through the metal ruin, and the sun-baked rust is just some surface. I mean, it almost brushes off. It's two completely different things. And somebody that's been back east doesn't live back there, and that they don't understand that. But if you're in the desert, you get it right away.
Tim72 Demon says, I got rid of the 4-inch bolt pattern and put the bigger bolt pattern on. The 5 on 4.5 is such a common bolt pattern. You get so many more choices than the old. Right about in the middle of the screen right now.
Got rid of the 4-inch bolt pattern and put bigger bolt pattern on. I did the front wheels with disc brake conversion. What car was this?
Probably a 72 Demon.
Oh, okay. Oh, they had 4-inch, not 4 bolt. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it.
Yeah, the Chrysler early 5 on 4-inch bolt pattern is not terribly desirable because you are limited in what wheels. It's harder to find wheels. If you already have wheels and you want to stick with them, that's fine. But go into the 5 on 4.5, just gives you infinite possibilities. It's pretty nice.
Pretty Car Finance says 8.8 out of an Explorer, cheap lot in a junkyard. Yeah, what about the way they bolt up? Or do you have to take everything off and bolt all new or weld all new pieces on there?
What are we talking about?
The 8.8 out of an Explorer, I don't know if that bolts right up to a Fox body or not. I don't know what the width. I don't know about the bracketry. I don't know anything about that.
No, there's all kinds of stuff.
8.8s are the new 9s and have been for a while. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, but there's a lot. I see I see tons of Ford 9-inch housings, like on Marketplace and stuff like that around here, but I don't see any 8 3/4 housings around here.
8 3/4, or you mean 8.8?
No, 8 3/4.
Oh, Chryslers.
The 8.8s are also really easy to get here, but he was talking about he was looking for an 8 3/4. I figure he wants the dropout center section. And a lot of people do go to the 9 inches, but the 8 3/4 is, I don't know. When you start getting into the fancy stuff, it gets expensive, and I just kind of like, I bow out. Like, oh, unless something falls into my lap, I'm probably gonna.
And I'm gonna run that 6-cylinder for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna break the rear end. It's just just gonna drive it. 8.8s are the 12 recreated. The 12. I remember 9-inch Fords. That's all I had when I was young, except the Cougar had an 8-inch Ford, which is kind of funny. But it didn't even, it never broke with that engine in there.
Dizzy Izzy says he used a 93 Ram 8 3/4. I didn't know that they put 8 3/4 in Rams. I thought that they put either 8 1/4 or 9 1/4 in those cars. So the Vagrant has Moser axles.
Vagrant.
Bad. You're lucky. Kragers or whatever you want will bolt right on. 5 on 5.5 is trickier. All my trucks, my van, my Ford van, and all my Dodge trucks, they all have the 5.5 on 5.5. And I see wheels for them, but they're mostly like factory wheels or...
I see. Danny Boyd says 12 bolt. He means like the 12 bolt General Motors. Yeah, and then there's the 12 bolt, or there's the 10 bolt, the smaller 10 bolt ones, but then there's one that's bigger called the 10 bolt corporate, which is almost as big as a 12 bolt, and it's a beefy rear end. I've got one of those here too. I've got a 10 bolt corporate that has the setup for leaf springs, and I was going to put that under the back of the Studebaker, but I don't know if I will or not.
JB says Puddin's Fab Shop just put an 8.8 in his LS powered S10. I saw the thumbnail for that, but I did not click on it. That's interesting to know. I guess he LS powered S10. Yeah, that'd be quick. That'd be really slick. Doesn't Chevy have any kind of decent rear end to put behind that? That seems silly that he would have to go to a Ford.
Okay, I'm going to get this off here.
Dougster says I'm looking for 2 more Mopar cop wheels for the shop truck, but if I find a nice set of 15-inch aluminum slots, that'll work. 8s or 10s. I don't know anybody who has them, but I would suspect you'll find them before long. Tim says I bought my first set of Krager SS mags. They were 5 on 4s. From a small speed shop near my house in Ohio in 72. It was Summit County. He's doing well now, Summit Racing.
Oh, man.
He bought his first set from Summit Racing there at the original speed shop. And it used to be that it was pretty easy to get custom wheels.
I know right where that is.
Pattern.
I know right where that is.
But they're just they don't produce them so much anymore, so you have to keep your eyes open in swap meets and that kind of thing, and people hoard that stuff, and a lot of it, the chrome is starting to peel because they're getting older. So going to the 5 on 4.5 gives you lots of choices. It'll upgrade you to disc brakes, which will have less likely to have fade out if you're doing a lot of street driving with them. Blake Gaddis asks Kim what gears are in the darts. Well, my dart has, right now, it has a Ford rear end and the gears are 345s, but it had 321s when it had the 7 1/4. And then did we figure out what gears are in your
Valiant? I don't know, whatever.
I don't know if we ever took the cover.
No, we never did. It's a...
but it's probably like a...
we never had any trouble with it.
It's probably a 273. With a slant 6, they almost always have
slant 6 automatic. Slant 6 automatic, 72 Valiant. I don't know. Yeah, they're probably all the same.
273 was my experience. Tim says you didn't have a lot of choice back then for the 5-on-4s. Yeah, they were stock wheels, they were cop car wheels, or they were the there were some choices, but not a lot.
Bottom.
Olive says, my data may be old, but it seems like American Racing at least still made Steelies in all kinds of sizes 10 years ago. I'll bet they still do have the 5-on-4s and the Steelies from American Racing, but they're probably expensive and they might not be the thing that most people want. I don't know. You can find something. I'm looking for something cheap. I'm always looking for something cheap. Used with a decent set of rubber on them already, you know, 100, 150 bucks for a whole set of tires. They don't show up in that bolt pattern for me. So that's what I'm looking for. But if I have like an old Nissan, I can find nearly free sets of tires on rims, you know.
There's a question there from John Bossoms for you.
John Bossoms asked, do you like to rebuild carburetors? Boy, I never thought about if I like to do. I like being able to, and I do feel motivated when I see a carburetor that's giving me grief. I will absolutely take apart a carburetor. You know, I like one that hasn't been sitting out in the rain, one that's, dry and comes apart without breaking.
The ones that haven't been sitting in the rain, yeah, those are always the better ones.
Man, people will give me carburetors that have been sitting in the water, and then they're rotten and they're worn out and everything's seized. I don't like that. But I can clean some scum out of a carburetor, reset the float, put it back together with a kit, and I enjoy doing that a little bit. Pretty good at that. Dougster says, I swear to God, Chrysler couldn't breathe unless they had a 355 gear set around. Yeah, if you want them to go, you need to lighten up that rear end with a something hotter than. I had a set of 373s behind my Slant 6 in my Dodge Aspen. It wasn't really all that great for highway, but it was a lot more fun around town because you could just break the tires loose at will and it would just get it going. It was a lot more fun. And I would guess that like 391s or something like that would be all the fun around town, but screaming on the highway. Give you a headache on the highway. Anson made 5 on 4.5 wheels, I think. Well, everybody makes 5 on 4.5. 38 Racing says, I'm close enough to Speedway. I sometimes get stuff next day. Oh, that's good. 355 is kind of the gateway ratio to acceleration. Yeah, I would say. The 345s in my Dart gave a really tired engine plenty of torque. Like I could get out of my own way pretty well with that gearing. So 345s are moving in the right direction. They're a really good balance for like being able to still drive on the highway without having a headache. I know I missed a ton of comments. I'm sorry, guys. We can't keep scrolling back. We got to move forward. So if you want to talk about something and we missed your comment, you can say it again. I don't think we won't get upset about that.
Oh, cool. Okay. The Studebaker flash up at the shop. Man, we got to bring that thing down here.
We have to get video of the Studebaker
so
we can bring it up.
Super chat.
Super chat. Lester LeSabre made a donation. Says, Merry Christmas, Buff and Kim. Thanks for all the entertainment and education this past year. Yeah, it's been a good year. Oh my goodness. We've done so much. Does it seem like it's only been a little more than a year since you started your channel?
It hasn't been a year and a half. It's a year and a half. It was July 3rd.
And we've only been doing live streams? We saw we did some kind of live stream in the kitchen last Christmas, but we hadn't started these regular studio streams.
There's some comments about this Challenger. This belongs to Brenda. It's in the chat.
That's a nice car.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Oh, wow. And this is the 10th super chat that they've made on our stream. Did you realize that?
Wow.
Lester LeSabre, thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, we really appreciate it. We do, and we're glad we can be here. And I did not know, we didn't know if anybody was going to show up. It's Christmas Eve, and a lot of people have other things to do. So we
Yeah, I figured
appreciate you spending some time with us. We really do.
I figured we'd have 4 or 5 people in here because it's Christmas Eve and people are all with their families. But yeah, we're family here. We all got
Thank
everybody
you
here.
so
It's
much.
pretty
It
cool.
feels so great to have so much, yeah. And there's really no place we'd rather be right now. I think we might be over at Matt's place if he was not deployed.
Yeah, my oldest son is out of the country right now.
Yeah, so everybody found other places to be. So it's not that we don't have anywhere to be, but this is the place where we are really happy to be. JG Mopar,
Oh, yeah, you
welcome
just-
to the stream. Says hello everyone. Merry Christmas.
Just got here.
Yeah. Happy Honda Days to you. Merry
Happy Honda
Mopar.
Days.
Yeah. Yeah. December to remember if you Lexus.
I kind of like they're talking about these wheels on this Challenger. I kind of like them the way they are. I like the
They look good.
green with the dog dish hubcaps. I
It's-
think it looks pretty good.
You know what? Those dog dishes with the holes in them, that's a pretty sweet
they-
version of the dog dishes.
Yeah, I think those are cop wheels, aren't they? I'm not sure. I kind of like them. And I bet that if those wheels are also the police car wheels, they're probably thicker steel and everything. I don't know much about those wheels, but I bet they're pretty good wheels. Probably a little on the heavy side, but who cares?
Mama M3 remembers the Christmas kitchen. Yeah, we had our Christmas tree. I'm gonna go grab
that's
the
right.
Christmas
Where's the
tree.
Christmas
I'm
tree?
gonna go get it.
Man, we
Just
did
for old
that. We
time's sake.
did that.
I thought
been a
about it and I was
year.
like,
It's
well,
been a
I don't know
year.
how it's gonna work with the green screen, folks. Let's see. Let's just try it.
Yeah, Brenda says she loves the cop wheels. Yes, so I think they look great. Tim, no, Stowe is just a little northeast of Akron, maybe 10 minutes. That's where you were, Stowe? Used to be, way back when?
Does anybody else have fond memories from their childhood of rummaging around in the attic for Christmas decorations? Our attic was all wooden, so
My-
it had this smell of wood.
My father would go up there and get everything down. We weren't
Old
allowed up there.
attic stuff.
We weren't allowed up there.
Well, our attic was weird because the roof of our house was a very wide, so we had a pretty high attic. Like if I was like this, I could not hit my head, so it was a pretty high attic. But it was a walk-in attic because there was actually a room at the top of the house with a higher ceiling than normal, and that was a bedroom. So there was a door, a wooden door that you open, a little like elf door and that in there was an attic. The chimney was in there and stuff like that. It was anyways. Fond memories. So this is our Christmas tree. We don't know how it's going to look with the green screen.
That you had that out. That we did a live a year ago, and that thing was up.
Yeah, and this
Wow.
somebody said, "Well, where are your Christmas decorations?"
Yeah, I asked
Who
you.
was it? Was it John Cope or somebody?
I was asked you last couple of days ago. Do you know where that Christmas tree
Somebody
was?
was heckling us last year. Said, "Well, where's your Christmas decoration?" Maybe it was John Wilburn. "Where's your Christmas decorations?" he said, and I said, "Oh, I don't know. I think I saw some in the hall closet because I didn't bring any Christmas decorations with me when I moved here." And your ex-wife left us some Christmas decorations, so thank you, Nadia. I'm not allowed to say her name. I'm sorry.
What are you doing? You're having an accident over there.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. All right. Let's see. Here we go. There is our Christmas tree. I feel festive now. Oh, yes.
JB's little shop.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
That might have been one of our first live
What did I
streams. There it is. Maybe a little closer to me. Yeah, let's even it out. We are Christmassy. Oh, here, I'll go to us big. Ta-da! What did you miss? JB, you missed a lot because we have been packing it in tonight. We have been talking about so much. Like my voice is tired already because we're just going from one thing to the next. And it's great. We're just like everybody wants to participate and everybody's throwing out. There's a bunch of moths tonight. That's why it was so annoying because it wasn't just a
It's not
single
just
one.
one. There's two or three
Either
of them.
that or it snuck back in somehow. Why are they so elusive tonight?
I don't know. We need a moth thing. Oh, you got it? And then there's a bunch of pictures I forgot to bring up here.
You know what we stopped doing? We used to do the bit where we showed our beverages and we stopped. I hope everyone is enjoying a snack and a festive beverage this evening if you choose to
Oh,
participate.
JB's Little Shop says we have a coot in the background. It's a Challenger, and that belongs to Brenda that's in here in the chat. That's one of her cars. And then this is one that Buddy Carfano brought up, but we got to zoom in on a little, Kim, because it's non-zoomable for me. Oh, okay, there. I don't know why. It's a link instead of a picture, so I click on the link and we get what we get. So I don't know what that is. He sent that to us.
It's a Santa hot rod.
It's a Santa hot rod, a flathead Ford in it.
Nice. Oh, I saw a V8 flathead Ford on Marketplace for sale.
I saw that.
And I saw someone lamenting how bad the Ford flathead engines were. Like they were like supposedly really bad engines. So I was like, oh.
Well, the engine was designed in the late 20s and early 30s. It came out in 1932. So, it's almost 100-year-old design. And then, it's a flathead. But for the time, it was really something. And the exhaust, you can imagine there's 4 cylinders, and the exhaust valves are up here. So the exhaust comes around the back of around the cylinders and out. And the 2 center ones go together, and the exhaust port goes between 2 cylinders. So that it goes through a water jacket, the exhaust does, so it gets really hot. And they have enormous radiators, and they keep up with them. But there were lots and lots and lots of hot rod parts made for them for years and years. That was the original hot rod engine. It's where Edelbrock got started, and all the old hot rodders that became the big companies we know today got started with flathead Fords. So, yeah, it was, by today's standards, yeah, it's kind of not as new.
B&R Racing, welcome to the stream. Miss One-Eyed Cat, welcome to the stream. B&R Racing wants me to read The Night Before Christmas. I like how Dougster has sent us music. I'm going to award Dougster 2 points for his dashing through the snow in a rusty Chevrolet. Down the road I go, sliding all the way. I need new piston rings. I need some new snow tires. My car is held together by a piece of chicken wire.
There's a car I like.
Oh,
All of them probably like that thing. That's a 73. That's sent in by Buddy Carfano. I'm sorry, buddy. You sent me a lot of pictures. I don't know if I'm going to get to them all, but that was one I liked. 73 Volvo. I always thought those are pretty cool little cars, But man, imagine that with an LS in it.
I'm going to put the Christmas tree over here on the opposite side of me. And the reason I'm going to do that is so it's not disrupting the view, because it's going to be hard. But I brought the tree out to make things festive. I hope you guys enjoy that. Somebody said Charlie Brown called. He wants his Christmas tree back. No, our Christmas tree, and we're keeping it.
Oh, geez, Danny Boyd. My mom's brother had one of those Volvos, but it caught fire and burned. We have one car that's burned. We have a.
Well, yeah, but we paid the already been burned price for it.
It's a Crossfire that Kim calls the lost fire. Yeah. Because we bought it burned up, but
yeah, it was someone else's loss. Luckily, not ours. Someday I wanted to take the motor out of that car and the transmission out of that car and recoup some of my investment in the car. Because all those things, we took the rear end out of it and then haven't used it. And Man, so many plans, so little time. Can you guys even see that? Am I doing all this work for nothing?
Yeah, you got it over there where we can see it.
Okay.
I didn't know exactly what you were doing.
I don't know either. Wasting time.
Look at the run times on engine lines, like 70 years. My first year V8 273 is 60 years old. Oh, those are great engines too. What? Look at your car. You're the one we're working on. You know how old that is? It's 59 years old. Car's 59 years old, but you put 1 year newer engine in it. So the engine's 58 years old, but
There you
somebody
go.
rebuilt it. It's pretty nice.
Oh, rust and smoke, the heaters broke, the doors just flew away. I light a match to see the dash, and then I start to pray. Frame is bent, the muffler went, the radio's okay. Oh, what fun it is to ride. There you go. Christmas. Is it Christmas in Ireland yet? How many hours are they? It's got to be. We're not too many hours away. In a rusty Chevrolet. I never knew the second verse, Dougster, so thank you for that. Batman smells.
Oh yeah.
You guys are
Yeah,
are great. You're bringing it in.
Dizzy Izzy, I remember that differently. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin ran away, is what I remember. Now Bill lost his wheel and the Joker got away. Yeah, I remember it as Robin ran away, but yeah, Robin laid an egg. That would work.
I thought it
too.
was Bat and the Joker got away.
I don't know, but
It doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. It's just like people make those things up.
Thank you, Dizzy. I will award you 2 points. 2 for music. Because that's a lot of typing. He typed all that.
Or he cut and pasted it out of something. That same uncle had a Dodge A100 van for many years in the 70s and 80s. But it too succumbed to electrical problems, smoke involved.
Oh,
I don't
they
like
let the
smoke.
smoke out. You never want to let the smoke out of your
I've been
electrical parts.
in airplanes.
Once it's out, it's hard to put back in.
I've been in airplanes a few times with electrical smoke, and all I wanted is get on the ground, make a beeline for the first airport. And twice it was at night. I just shut everything off except the engine, and the smell went away. The other one I couldn't do anything about. I just head for an airport and land. Let's see here. 3:35 a.m. Christmas morning. It's in Ireland.
Says Tommy Hanlon. Let's see. The flathead Ford V8 did well in T-buckets or coupes stripped down against run-of-the-mill new 1960s Mercedes muscle cars in the 0 to 100. So a hot-rodded flathead Ford could almost keep up with a 1960 car. I mean, that is impressive because that's 30 years, 35 years newer technology. Blake Gaddis asks, Kim, are you building your Dart to daily drive?
Man, I'll answer that. Yeah, you will. I don't know if you will.
I have no intention of daily driving anything. Sometimes I only drive 1 or 2 days a week.
Well, yeah, we don't
daily drive anything.
We don't go that many places. We go up to the grocery store. We go to the place to take the garbage. We go to Walmart about once a month. Go to the doctor maybe once when you have to go.
I have a neurological condition that makes driving difficult, and it just limits how many days a week I can do things. So we do a lot of things here on the property, and my life is kind of structured around not having to do those kinds of things. But the build itself, it's not going to be a race car. So I guess what are the other options? It's not a show car. I think daily driver is the deal. Like it should be a car I can get in, turn the key, and take anywhere I want, anytime I choose. I think that's kind of daily driver, cruiser, something I can enjoy. It has an automatic transmission now. It has a very reasonable gear ratio, so it's has manners for the street. The brakes work good. So I think, yeah, a street car is kind of the deal. We haven't put a turbo on it. That's very hopeful for the future to be turbocharging the car. But right now, it's just a one barrel carburetor while we get it broke back, the new engine broke back in because we had it running on the other engine, so we know it works good. And this way we can eliminate, project bloat. Like try and get it going and then build on that.
I think you will. She'd never driven three on a tree car till she bought that one, and she struggled with it like the first few minutes, and kind of got till she was driving it. But now it's got an automatic in it. I think it'll be a much more pleasant car to drive,
Better than street
especially with those gears.
For an old lady like
And,
me, I
and
just
I,
want easy,
I
comfortable.
think she'll like it a
Put
lot
it in
better.
gear and then just go.
I think she'll be
No
driving
more
it.
shifting.
We
My
do
left
need,
leg can just rest all of the time. I don't have to be.
we do need to put a parking brake in.
I can get in traffic. It does need a parking brake because the cable setup for the Ford rear end is different than the cable setup for Dodge rear end. So I'm going to have to do some.
That rear end swap was so easy, except for the parking brake.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
really isn't that hard. I just need to get some cables that are the cables that were in the rear end were seized and bad. Both rear ends did not have emergency brake cables. So I have to get a set of emergency brake cables that are going to line up and be the right length and stuff like that. And I just haven't done the research. And I like having an emergency brake, so I would like to get that fixed. We'll get there. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what a fun it is to ride in a 59 Chevrolet. Okay.
That would be.
He ended up swapping the guts.
Oh, that was on. So he was talking about doors, 68, 69 Mustang, or 67 and 68 Mustangs that look identical, but the inside of the doors are not identical. John Boston was 73 the first year of radial tires on new cars. Not sure. My neighbor bought 74 Firebird and it had radial tires. You know, when they first came out on new cars, I know they were optional tires and they were expensive, but I don't remember what year it is. I remember a friend of mine bought a brand spanking new 69 Dodge Dart and it had all the, it was loaded. It was a really nice car. And it had Goodyear polyglass on it. And that was the best thing you could get. And that was in 69. But man, I don't really remember. My Matador, I bought that new in 74. It did not have radials, but I bought whatever the cheapest tires were because I plan on changing them. So I really don't know. I mean, they were around by then.
Wow, it says radial tires became standard for equipment for all new cars in the United States in 1982.
Well, that's when they became standard. See, when they first came out, they were where you could get them on a new car. It was optional stuff. You had to pay extra for that.
But they really came into standardization between 68 and 76. So around 73, I'll bet a bunch of cars were just all being produced with radial tires. But it was probably an option for a couple years. I don't know the specifics, and I'll bet you there was a lot of research. There's a Wikipedia page there with citations. So, yeah, 73, they'd been... I forgot about that. Bias ply tires. Woo!
It just disappeared.
Parking brake, not emergency. Thank you for the correction. I always get that.
BNR Racing, my late bud Bill Menner taught me to be a mechanic. He has best of all 426 Max Wedge. Oh man, I remember those things. Norman Dodge 426 Race Hemi, LA Corvette, 69 ZL1 Camaro, 61 421 Super Duty Catalina. Yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember all those cars are great stuff.
Danny says an automatic might be acceptable behind a good V8. Yeah,
It'll be fine. It'll be good behind her car.
Those Slant 6 cars are well mannered, but they're not rockets with an automatic. They're just not gonna be.
It'll be fine, and you got 345 gears. That thing's gonna be just fine going down the road. Good runaround car, you know.
Olive says e-brake cable hardware is something I wouldn't mind a source for. Hard to find around here. I don't really need a lot of hardware, just cable setups. And since it's sort of a conglomeration of two different rear ends, I don't know. Maybe I should just buy the buy the stuff for that model car and fit it to the Ford rear end stuff, that might work. I haven't even looked into it yet. Brenda says the novelty of the 3 on the tree never wore off for me, plus excellent theft deterrent. From the whine of that transmission, like the whirr, I worry that the bearings are about.
It was a worn out transmission.
I worry it's about spent, but the flywheel was all burned up, and it had been oil saturated.
That whole thing needed some money.
A lot of money.
And we had a good automatic.
We had a good automatic, and it was like, well, I might as well just swap to automatic. It's going to be cheaper, and it's going to be well mannered. So I'm happy with the choice so far. I took the pan off of that transmission, and it was pink as could be. It smelled fresh and sweet. I thought, man, this thing just needs to get used.
Blake says, I'm not completely caught up on your Dart videos. We're about to come out with another one. We did a bunch of recording last night, and Kim will get that.
The reason you're not very caught up on what's going with the Dart is because we've only been showing what we're doing with the Dart on live streams, which are long and kind of slow paced. But I do have recordings, and I was looking through them. I have recordings from the No Name Nationals, which explain what went wrong with the Dart and why we had to break it back apart. And then I have recordings from No Name Nationals till now that I have to put together, and they are going to rapidly become a series that I'm going to put out. Because when I found that when I drag something out for months, it's too slow and people don't want to watch. So I'm going to try and put together like a series of maybe 3 or 4 videos that show what happened, what we've done, and sort of where we are now with the Dart. And that's going to take me a little while to come out, but with the cold weather and stuff like that, there's a lot of days that we just decide, it's just too cold, let's take the day off. So I'm going to get on the editing, and then everyone will be able to get caught up with the project. And it'll be in a way that's sort of easy to absorb, fun to digest, and follow along with. So hopefully you can look forward to seeing that on my channel, which will be Kim Fixes Things. And then we have a video that's going to be with Buff Del Campo of what's going on with the car in the rate now, and that will come out by the end of this week. We're going to do that tomorrow in front of the green screen. We're going to discuss it because you can't really hear anything because there's a lot of noise. And so we're just going to sort of shut the sound off, show the pictures, and as it runs, discuss it. We'll stop it and then move it forward and then discuss it and stop it. And it'll be fun.
Old Cars Music says many European cars had column shift 4-speeds. You know, 1961, Ford had put a 4-speed in the 390 with the tri-power, maybe some other ones too. But the 4-speed was on the column, and it was the same linkage as the 3-speed. And then if you had to go in reverse, you put it neutral, and there was a handle under the dash. You pull that handle back, and that would put it in reverse. Very weird thing. But I drove one once. Dizzy says good night, so I guess he's taking off. Take care.
Good night, Dizzy. Thank you so much for being here and offering comments and interest to the stream. We really appreciate you.
What's this Hippie Long has a hint for your cables. It's probably back up.
Uh-oh, I missed it.
Well,
Thank you for pointing that out.
It was really flying here.
You have to do different suspension tune for... Oh, that's different. Let's see. Where did it go? Re-drill. Deal with parking brakes at the mid connector. Re-drill holes to fit Ford from Dodge. Yeah, it's gonna be a process to get there. Thank you for pointing me back at that. We're gonna move back to the current chat because it is moving so quickly that we just have to stay with the. I need a drink. Can you handle things for a minute?
I don't know. Maybe I can.
Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for your engagement. We appreciate everybody being here and keeping things really roaring along. I don't even know where this car came from. I like that you're changing the car every once in a while.
Buddy Carfano sent a whole bunch of pictures, and I've been just kind of dragging them up there as... I'm dragging a few of them up there.
Okay, thank you.
JB, again, you're right about those motor wheel spiders. Great looking wheel, and it looks like it could be stock OEM. B&R Racing back in the Great Recession, 2007 to 2010. I worked at a shop, River City Auto, in Ottawa, Illinois. Man, I know right where that is. Boss Chad had a 53 Ford F300 fire truck, two-door coupe. I got it going after DSD, 20 years, drove it all. But guys, Kim, is it the same engine that you're working on in Tony's shop? Same one that's in the car now? No. I want Kim to handle that. So when she gets back here, I'll just ask her.
Working at Tony's shop is the one that's in your car.
Yeah, we'll get to that because there's a whole bunch of slant sixes. Yeah, that's actually the one at Tony's shop's actually in my 72 Valiant. The one that we just pulled the one out of her car is the one that came in her car, but it is completely worn out. We took it apart, the rings just fell off the pistons in pieces, you know. It was really worn out engine. Amazing though, it started right up and it drive nice, just leaked oil. So now we have Kim bought a used engine. We tore it down and it was like really fresh inside. It has 40 overbore and yeah, it was like brand new, you know. So we put that back together and that's in the car. The head was bad though, so she's got a head.
I ported it.
Who is this here? Adios. I don't know. We missed somebody here. Somebody's leaving. Who's leaving? I don't know. It scrolled up too fast. I didn't catch who left.
Thank you to everyone who stops in, even if you can't stay long. We really appreciate you. We're having a good time. This is such a nice community time on Christmas Eve.
You're leaving again?
New and old. I'm filling up my coffee cup.
Don't blow up the internet while she's gone, Buff.
I'm gonna grind some water.
We have a coffee pot that makes this noise, and I always say it sounds like it's grinding up the water, but kind of does sound like that.
Whew. Hours and hours and hours.
Oh, Old Cars and Music's leaving. That's what it looks like to me now. Where's it, JB? I don't know what's going on. Oh, I see. It's not leaving until we leave. Just getting ready.
Hey, show them John Wilburn's Christmas card again.
Oh yeah, we got this during the live stream. We got this from John Wilburn. I'm trying to hold this up in the camera where it goes. Christmas card, John Wilburn. Pretty cool. B&R Racing, it was a special 1-ton Ford flathead V8 fire truck. Was race car fast, but smooth, had good torque. Was super fun. Yeah, can you imagine a flathead Ford in a big truck? Yeah, it was geared right. It'd probably be fine, you know. Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't fast. Yeah, but if it was geared right, it'd probably be just fine. My father bought his first new car. He bought it was a year before I was born. He bought a 53 Ford two-door sedan. And it had a flathead Ford with a 3 on a tree. Brand new car. It was the last year for the flathead Ford. And I look back and I'm thinking, and that was the first car I rode in as a kid. And it was a almost new flathead Ford. That's just crazy.
What year was that?
Think about it. 53. Yeah, my dad bought a 53 Ford custom line 2-door. Oh, you're going to show the engine rather than the car. Yeah. 53 Ford custom line 2 doors.
Well, it'll pull up.
It'll pull up everything.
Sure, right? There you go.
Yeah, it's a 4-door, but it'll look just like that. But his is brown. Yeah, I mean, that's it right there. Well, it's yellow, but it was a light brown with a dark brown roof. But it didn't have big wide wheels.
Different
on it.
wheels.
Yeah, the little hubcaps on it. But Yeah, I barely remember that car. I remember riding in it, but I really don't remember the car well. But he bought a 56 Ford, so his family grew pretty quickly. And pretty soon I had a little brother and a little sister, and my mother talked him into buying a station wagon, so he bought a 56 Ford wagon, another new car. And that was the car I really grew up in, was that 56 Ford two-door or four-door wagon. It's a Ford country sedan. We went everywhere in that thing.
We're not signing off. I think we're going to stick around a while, guys.
Oh, why? What's everybody thinking we're leaving?
I just think that we're setting an expectation, right? Sometimes we talk about, saying our goodbyes. Oh, look, Slant Daily Garage.
Look who's here. Slant Daily Garage, a guy I want to talk to. And I said, I'm not going to call him on Christmas Eve or Christmas or anything. I'm going to just let him be with his family. But we have something we need to talk to him about, but you don't want to talk about it here.
We can talk about it since he's here.
Okay.
What did you... Tell him the question that you have.
We have... Well, it's going to involve
That's
your
okay.
video.
Just talk about
it. We got the slant all together. Got it started. Runs great. But we put a little mark on all the push rods.
We've got 4 dead lifters.
4 lifters that are not turning. So we shut it off.
No spin.
So it's an older cam and lifters, but
they were suspect. I even mentioned that earlier on live streams that I wasn't real pleased with the cam.
So my question is, these new lifters that you've been talking about?
Oh, the fancy new lifters.
Yeah, they have them for slants because we're going to have to buy a cam and lifters, and I don't want to buy some dubious lifters. Of course, there's not a lot of spring pressure on this thing, so they might not hurt, but yeah, it's just...
I told them I didn't think that they were going to make lifters. I guess they're just standard kind of V8 Chrysler lifters, but...
Well, they're solids,
Can we get those fancy coated lifters for the Slant 6? Do we need them? I guess they're going to be a lot better quality than
it's going to be basically going to be a new stock cam or something close to a stock cam. It's going to be a street drivable car with the real light springs, valve springs. So, calling Dallas and John.
Yeah, so we haven't talked about it because we will discuss it in a long form video.
Yes. DLC lifters. Yes.
How long till when they're available? Yeah.
When? Yeah, because we need them like yesterday. Well, we didn't expect this.
If we had them yesterday, we wouldn't do anything. We'll see.
We looked at that cam. It's used cam. And we looked at the cam, we put it in, we looked at all lifters. A couple of lifters were dubious, so she had other lifters, and they had a little bit of crown to them, and we put them all in there. Well, we were watching it,
I am going under the assumption that by the time the lifters will no longer spin, that the cam is also worn out. Now, visual inspection of the cam, they're not wiped lobes, but they are showing wear, and I think that they just don't have enough taper left on them to spin a lifter. So we're going to get a replacement cam. And
do you have any stock cams around? I know you put good cams in it, like rumpity-rum cams and everything.
We were looking for some feedback, although...
Yeah. I'll go back to work on the 6th. I will check.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. We may put a set of stock lifters in it just to get it going again. We really wanted to get the car on the road, but actually we may just leave it as it is and work on his car for a while until we collect all the parts that we need, because it's kind of a big job to put a cam in it. Like, darn it.
Oh man, that thing, she just started up, and I crank it, no start, typical new engine, She goes, wait a minute, I didn't hook the coil up. She hooks the coil up. She goes, okay, try it now. And I turned about a half a turn away. It's just nice, quiet, smooth sounding 6-cylinder. It's like, oh man, that sounds so good. And then she's like, well, some of the lifters aren't turning. I'm like, oh no. I have stock cams. See, this is the guy we talk. I just didn't want to call him on a holiday,
It's a holiday, and we still don't want to bother you. Take your time off with your family during the holiday.
Oh, he'll call me tomorrow. Okay, you have my number, I'm sure.
On Christmas? Do
Well,
not do that.
Merry Christmas.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
the
much.
call.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
We're
I
not
mean,
a priority. Our thing was is we were trying desperately to get the engine together by New Year's, and it's not going to happen because of shipping and those types of things. We just don't have the parts. And then we put a lot of effort in, and this cam failure is sort of a I knew it might happen, so we were watching carefully for it. It was a trust but verify. I trusted it was going to work, and I verified that it didn't. So, can you pull the cam from a slant in the car? Yes.
she thinks we can.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
have to pick the engine up to get the oil pump out, and I think, and then you have to probably take the grill out, unless you want to cut the grill, which I'm not going to cut the grill. I'll just take it out. Look for Iski on eBay. Okay, we
but
will
we
consider it, but we're also going to talk to
we
Professor
really
P
want we
from
really
Plant
want
Daily
a
Garage.
stock type cam. This is just a street driver, one barrel,
Well,
smooth running engine, not something we want some big.
it's got an automatic in it, so we can't get too rumpity rump with the cam because it won't idle well if we do that. And the other thing
YouTube is blocking eBay spell drive. I didn't know that.
huh, blocking
More.
eBay
Oh, probably some.
non-compete thing. Ranlin Park, Evil Bay. Yeah. So yeah,
Randland
that's
Park.
where we are with the car. Is it does run, but we're not going to run it like it is because the last thing we want to do is tear up a lobe or a lifter and fill the engine with metal. And it's not right now. It's fine.
That engine is so nice inside, with the exception of a used cam that we thought might be okay, but that was a.
It's too nice to risk wiping a lobe and filling the motor with trash.
Okay, so I'll have my phone on tomorrow.
Iski makes stock one step over. See, the thing of it is even the like really wild cams for slant sixes, you can only put so much lift on that valve train. You know, there's just very limited what you can do with a cam in a slant six. A stock cam is sort of a very balanced approach to what you want. So, but it needs to be cut right so that it spins a lifter. So,
Oh,
anyone know if a torque converter from a 318 fits on a 999 transmission? Okay, so you're asking two different things. Heike 97 is asking if anyone knows if a torque converter for a 318 fits on a 999 transmission. Yes, but where did the 318 come from and what transmission was that torque converter already in? Because it does matter. And if you don't know, you're probably better off to just get a replacement torque converter. So if you can give us more information, we can be more specific, because probably is an answer, but we need more information. B&R Racing says all stock stuff comes from China. So
well, that's
you are
why
rolling the dice.
that's what we're
We're
talking
not
about.
going to roll the dice. We're going to measure.
That's why we're talking to Slant Daily Garage, because he's got, he's huge slant six guy. He's probably got stock cams that have never been run, that are okay. I don't know. That's why I want to talk to him on the phone, see what he's got.
From a 727, no. The torque converter from a 727 will not fit into a 999 transmission. A 999 transmission is like a 904 transmission, which is the small duty, light duty transmission. A 727 is much bigger. So the two will definitely not interchange.
Although
Yeah, that's an easy answer. There's just a no.
something splitting in my ear. Yeah. They're all talking about eBay. Yeah, I don't know.
I would
I used to buy
consider
and
buying
sell.
from
I used to
eBay.
I used to buy and sell cars on eBay all the
So
time.
initially, I looked at it and I wanted to see if we could get something like right away before New Year's, so I could drive the car like I had hoped. But with a day to like sort of like come down from the hype, I've realized that it's probably not worth racing to try and get it done.
I'm looking. We haven't had any notices of any low,
Bit
any
rates
buffering
or
or anything.
anything?
Yeah, because somebody
No.
said some buffering. Don't know what that is.
It seems to be okay on our end, so it may be some type of network problem, but it's out of our control. We are streaming freely, it seems. I would never sell anything on eBay though. Danny Boyd, I have heard mixed results. Some people had problems about returns and eBay's taking care of sellers. I think that they are pretty difficult with sellers. Sellers pretty much just have to accept complaints. It's pretty tough stuff. I don't know. I haven't been doing any eBay selling.
Yeah, I'm watching I can see the kilobits per second going out, and it's like really, it's rock solid.
Yeah.
So
He
I don't
said
know
it came back
Yeah, I
now.
don't know what's going on there.
999 is close to a 904. So the 999 has a different first gear ratio than a 904. And
it's a lockup, right?
right, but there are 904s that are also lockup.
Mm.
So a 904 and a 999, the big difference is the gear ratio of first gear. But not all 904s have the same input shaft as 999. I think all 999s are the lockup converters, but only some 904s are lockup torque converters. And the lockup torque converters have a different spline count and input shaft. So torque converters don't always interchange. I bought the wrong torque converter on eBay. I have no idea where I can get a converter. Oh, there's lots of places to get torque converters. Summit Racing sells torque converters. What are you just looking for a stock torque converter?
Stream is great on the left coast. Tim says, just lost you, but it reloaded and came back on. And it says something between here and who knows. Sounds like a Wilburn question. Yeah, there's a guy that knows Wilburn or John Cope. If the red dot isn't there, then it's you. Click over where it says live, and it will bring you to current time in the stream. Yeah, if that red line starts going back, you got to drag it back up to get yourself caught up in the stream. Okay, it was 2,500 RPM stall, so it's not a stock converter. P&R running ISKI cam and lifters. I will guarantee they will last, not go flat, and all lifters spin as they should. Well, so if it does, we come to you. Go, you guaranteed this.
Thank you, B&R Racing. He's got good experience with ISKI.
Here's the deal. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's Santa's sleigh. Yeah, there's a lot of interference. You know what though? There's a lot of drone sightings. People think that Santa's sleigh is a drone.
That's a drone. They got
those are reindeer, for goodness sakes.
Drone from the North Pole.
Yeah, they have to have FAA lighting on a sleigh. You can't just be
indirect connections
flying
here.
around there.
Indirect connections here. Good evening. I don't know if you're seeing this.
Indirect connection. Oh, welcome to the stream, Indirect Connection. Glad you've made it. Excuse me. Happy Honda Days to you. Merry Toyota-thon. And December to remember, if you Lexus, if you would. All the varieties of, Merry Mopar to you.
All these things are saying.
Yeah. We're trying to have fun with it. You can drag the line to current.
Yeah. You ever done that?
You want to be current because we're live. That's what's best. What did I do?
Have you ever done that where the red line's back and you can see you're not current and you drag it back up to the beginning and the live leaps back forward again?
If you just double click on the little live icon, it usually will bring
it'll do that by itself? So I just grab the line, pull it up.
Hacky97 was looking for a 2,500 RPM stall converter for a 999. So that's going to be a lockup converter. And finding a 2,500 RPM stall converter, I don't know how to point you directly to that. I don't do parts
John Cope. I don't know.
John Cope. You very much could talk to someone at where does Professor P work for?
Oh, he works for Edelbrock and that whole conglomerate of automotive aftermarket stuff.
So he would be able to direct you to a good source for a torque converter as well.
Yeah, Slant Daily Garage or Cope Racing Transmissions or John.
John Cope.
I was going to say John Wilburn. All those
Selecting
people.
selecting a torque converter is an important enough thing that you don't want to jump into it. You want to kind of take your time and make sure you're not, because you could sink a whole bunch of money into it. TCI will sell. There you go. Slant Daily Garage suggests TCI torque
TCI.
converter.
A lot of times, Slants, which is Shane, he says he's working in his garage a lot of times, and he just has it going up, so he doesn't chat a lot. But he says a lot of times he's listening to the whole thing. Colleen says she's out of here. Good night. Merry Christmas. I don't know if you're hearing this.
Oh, Colleen, thank you so much for being here. Merry Christmas. I hope you have all the best to you and yours.
TCI. Yeah, there you go.
TCI torque converters is probably an excellent brand. You're going to pay more money, but you're going to get what you know you're going to get. And Slant Daily Garage would not recommend them unless he had good experience. He has been around the industry. He is very current with what's got more current than anybody I know with what's going on in the industry, because a lot of companies that may have given you good stuff in the past may or may not have good stuff now. So if he's recommending TCI, I would suggest that you bite the bullet and pay a little bit of extra money. That's my personal opinion. A torque converter is the heart of your hot rod build, and it's money well spent if you know you're getting the right thing. So
Danny Boyd's got a question. I can't imagine how that works.
Danny Boyd says, what I don't understand is that you can click the 2x speed during a live and it seems to accelerate. How is that possible? I think it will accelerate until you get out of the buffer. Because see, YouTube buffers us whether we want to or not. So they try and regulate the stream speed there by, there's always a delay. Even if we don't add a delay, there's always some delay. So it'll probably 2x you for 2 or 3 seconds till you get to the end of the delay. Otherwise, maybe you're just way behind.
There's 2 hacks. Jeff, I have a TCI in my C6. It's great.
Who does?
The bottom, read the last chat.
2 hacks. I have a TCI in my C6. Okay. So Jeff from 2 hacks likes his TCI.
And Jeff Rose here. How you doing?
Welcome to the stream.
Good to have you here.
Happy holidays.
I thought
Happy
this was-
Honda days.
I thought this was going to be a real light chat. I figured everybody would be home with their families
busy
and everything.
to stop
And this has
in.
been a pretty good. There's got a lot of people in here. And we have a moth floating around in here.
And if you find TCI and you give them your year and model and transmission, they will be able to supply you with something for your transmission. Although you're going to have less choice for high performance stuff with a lockup torque converter than you would with a non-lockup converter, just because that's how they build them.
Shaquille. Good evening. Yeah, Merry Christmas from halfway around the world. Good to have you here.
Yeah, happy holidays. We're having Christmas here, and 2 Hacks has a 4,500-ish stall. Now, is that your advertised 4,500 stall on the converter? And does it actually stall at 4,500? And what is the purpose of it? Because depending on what you want to do with the car,
Well, you know
it matters a lot.
You know what he's doing. He's got that 500 some cubic inch big block Ford and a Thunderbird.
Yes, he does. Do you street drive that car at all, Jeff?
Probably to get it on the trailer.
I need to know how many splines my 999 transmission has. Do you guys know? Thank you. This is a question that I do not want to give you the wrong answer because you'll order something that is wrong.
Yeah. The thing is, you have to do some of your own research.
Well,
And talk to people that really know their stuff.
And a lot of people will tell you you have to literally take the transmission out of the car and count to be 100% sure.
See, John Cope's still here.
John Cope, do you know, did they ever make an A999 transmission with a non-lockup converter? Are they all the same spline count?
She's Google or Friday bodies only. Yeah, I don't know. What kind of car was it?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it that, well, 999, yeah, A bodies only, I'd know. Somebody in there. Thing is, these forums, there's a lot of people in forums that are know-it-alls that don't know it all. But then if you're on the forum, pretty soon you start to notice the people that really know what they're talking about. And those are the ones you pay attention to. But sometimes at the beginning, it's kind of hard to figure out which people are just run their mouth and which people know what they're doing.
So what I need you to understand, right, is that not only are the spline counts
Did
different.
you read what he said?
No, what is it?
You asked a question, he answered you. Cope racing transmission. Yep, it's called a 998.
Oh, okay. And
999 is lockup.
the other thing is that on the side of the transmission, there are numbers stamped into it. And if you put those in and you decode those numbers, they might be able to help you with spline count without taking it out of the car, but I'm not sure. But this upper one, you see how that shaft is different than this lower one? See how this one tapers down? That's a lockup torque converter transmission. It has to have the right torque converter or else it will not be good.
Cope is answering all these questions.
It's 23 splines. If you have this shaft, it is not a lockup torque converter, and it's going to have 24 splines. See, I thought it was 27, but Cope Racing Transmission is telling me 24. So you need to determine if you have a lockup type transmission or a non-lockup type transmission, and I cannot telepathically. Is a lockup from an 89 340 Charger. So there you go. It'll be a 23 spline lockup torque converter. And you got your answer from John Cope Racing Transmission. So if it's wrong, you can shake your finger at him. He will refund you all of the money that you paid for his expert advice. John Cope Racing Transmission is an expert. He would know.
There's a guy that knows the shit, yeah.
So if it is in fact a 999 lockup style transmission, it will have a 23 spline, and make sure that you're getting a lockup variety converter. I hope that we have helped you get through that.
Read the last thing he just wrote.
He said you got it right, Kim. All right. Sweet. We answered a question. John Cope, I award you 10 points.
He gets
I
10
have
points?
never awarded anyone that many points at once, but you have come through with the high-end explanation.
Call by a
Right.
dumbass.
Well, no, you are an expert. BNR Racing says you have stall speed, then flash speed. Drag racing, we want 4,000 plus flash speed. Lower stall if you want it for free street cruising. Yeah, he's saying 2,500 stall. So that would just be a street to strip cruise kind of speed for. And if you get a TCI, it stalls at 2,500. It's going to be a fun car, but it's going to be very streetable still. But if you're going to get a 4,000 plus stall converter, you're looking at a car that you're going to want to take to the track. It's going to have not so great street manners. It's going to rev up a lot to get going. It might hurt your fuel economy.
I guess it depends on what you're doing on the street.
And the other thing is, right, if you buy, there can be huge difference in the performance between one brand of 4,000 stall converter and a different brand of 4,000 stall converter. So you really have to trust your torque converter manufacturer builder when you're doing these numbers. And it takes years of practice and experience to really hone those numbers in. And even with a lot of research and a lot of trust, and especially a lot of money, you may find that you don't get it right the first time. So I wish I could I don't want to mislead you into saying, oh yeah, this is the answer and just buy that and you'll be happy, because I don't really know. I'm not an expert at transmissions. My folks took me to Buckhorn for dinner a few times. What does that mean?
It's probably a place.
They'll get theirs if they haven't already, said Old Cars and Music. I hope you're right. High stall on the street build, more heat. That's right, 38 Racing. If you are putting a higher than factory stall converter and you try and do street driving, you want to make sure you have a transmission fluid cooler that is up to the task. So if you just have a stock radiator, you may find it's not enough, and you're going to have to be aware that that might be an issue. You might need to put an additional transmission cooler in line, and that's pretty normal. And a transmission that's running too hot will actually overheat your engine. It will boil over the engine if you're not careful. So
Cope says Kim is a 904 queen.
if there ever was a 904 queen, I guess I am a 904
She's a 904 queen. We sure have a few of those transmissions around.
I don't know a lot of women who are tearing into 904 transmissions. So if somebody else tries to claim the title, we will have to have a UFC match to determine who really is the 904 queen. B&R Racing says whatever that Buckeye torque converter owner did in his 2500 rated 700R4 converter, dud inside was awesome. Flashed 4,000 with 273 differential gears, 17-inch tires on 11-inch wide rims. Very nice.
Belong says, where is Cope's located? They're in northern Indiana, on the kind of the west side of Indiana, almost Illinois.
Check out Cope Racing Transmission on YouTube, and you can learn a ton. I mean, I'm actually encouraging you to do that. Check out his channel, and he'll tell you a lot about some of the products that he is developing and where he's located and what he can do for someone who's looking to build a transmission or select parts. This guy has been doing it for a long time. He knows the successes and failures that happen, and he is willing to put his name on it. And a lot of people will not do that in the world today.
So, yeah, he's got a good website, and he's got a good YouTube channel.
Tuhack says his TCI C6 with the high stall stays cool even when I beat it like a rented mule. But he has a huge cooler with a fan. And you want that. If you're going to be whooping on it, you want to keep your transmission cool. Because transmission fluid is thin hydraulic fluid, and heat destroys it very easily, even more so than regular motor oil would. So you really have to keep it in check. If you're going to be running it hard, you want to have a gauge on it to know how hot your transmission fluid is getting, so you can keep it in check. Eric Jackson's grandma. Wow. and his dad and uncle, I think, were war heroes. Danny Boyd, I'm sorry, I've lost your conversation. Buckeye charged me $350. That's a reasonable price if you can get a good stalling converter. Honestly, I would expect to pay considerably more. Okay, I'm gonna get my beverage. I need a break. I have been reading.
Now I've got to.
We've been here for 3.5 hours, people, and I don't. Do you feel like you need to stop, or are you enjoying yourself? This is very
Okay, what are we
festive.
going to do next? We are going to do a New Year's Eve show.
Yeah.
So what year do you want to do years ago? Oh, can you put up this car while before you leave?
Okay. Well, I'm not leaving. I was asking
Well,
what
no,
your
I
feelings are.
just want to put up Buddy Car Finals there. It's because that's a 1973 car.
Great.
We're
not leaving.
That's an Oldsmobile
Danny
Omega.
Boyd's. Oh, you're allowed to converse in the chat. I read your comment and I was like, I have no idea.
She was
where
going
we're
on
at.
about something else. She went back to chat and came into the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, but it's okay. Keep it up. Enjoy yourselves.
So, who has a suggestion for a year we're going to do next on New Year's Eve? Let's see, 73 was this week, and we did 1967 last week. I don't know. Somebody pick a year, so just for a fun thing. And 38 Racing says Omega. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. It's like a Nova. 1969. Hey, we didn't do 69 yet, Kim?
No.
Okay. Buddy Carfano says 1969.
Buddy is our year selector.
Buddy's our year selector.
He's always the one who comes up first.
So 1969 next week. Hippie Long, thank you for the Copes info. Well, you're welcome. Yeah, just come on back. This whole group is full of people that all have their specialties and do their things. So here, John Cope just sent me an email. What is this? Oh, I'm gonna download these. I don't know what all this is that he sent me. Kim, you're gonna have to say something while I'm.
Okay, Danny Boyd was talking about Chicago lore. You guys are welcome to continue that. I don't know if I can follow that conversation.
Okay, here, this is something.
Oh, what's this? Oh, there's a transmission. Who's that working on?
Mother of Three tackles books and transmissions.
Oh, it looks like Barbara Cope may have been
and then we have this
904 Queen at one point.
I don't know if we can. Oh, you can read that up there.
Like many other wives.
Calumet City, that's where Cope is. Yeah, Barbara Cope. It's not your usual wife. Oh, wow.
Keeps the books, but unlike other wives, she works in the garage too as part-time grease monkey.
Look at that. The date, 12/4/1980. Wow.
That's awesome. So it's in his blood and in his family. They've been working on transmissions. So he cares a lot, and he has lots of years, not just his own lifetime, but years of, what works and what doesn't. So that's the kind of person, these are the kind of people that we value so much in our community because they guide us. I can't know everything there is to know about a 904 transmission.
Yeah,
I don't have that much time.
It says right there, my mom. Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, 12/4/80. Where was I in 1980?
Thank you, Joan Cope, for sending that. That's awesome that you had that on hand.
Yeah, I was in a shop in Central California in 1980, and we were putting sway bars and turbochargers on cars, and I was mostly the sway bar suspension guy.
BNR Racing says high-end torque converters are super expensive. Now, we're talking about for like drag race cars and super stocks and stuff like that. It depends on what you're building, right? But $5,000, it doesn't surprise me. You could spend more on a torque converter than buying a whole car. But if you get the right torque converter and match your engine and transmission and driveline all together with it, It will perform in ways you never thought possible.
I don't know if
They
I can do
really
that.
are magic.
Kim, can you zoom in on
And
that?
understanding fluid dynamics
This is
is
right off his email, but I'm sure yeah, right there. So there's all the information for John Cope. Can you zoom on that a little? Because I can't zoom it because it's a link. Yeah, maybe that does it. There's yeah, if you want to find his transmission shop, that's
yeah, if you
that's
go
where you
to
find it.
Cope Racing Transmission coperacingtrans.com, you're going to find their contact information for email and address and all that type of stuff. So
I'll leave that up there for a couple
we
minutes so you
just
can get it.
doxed you, John. John Cope now, everybody knows.
Well,
where
everybody knows where he wants everybody to know where he is, I
That's
think.
true.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he puts it on there, you know.
His home address. Send him chocolates.
It's his home address?
No, I don't think he
He
sent
lives in a transmission shop.
Send the man a
Sleep up on
He
a stainless steel table.
If they have hot dogs, he might never leave. It's hard to say.
Oh, they have hot dogs. He's into the hot dogs, man. The good Chicago hot dogs. So yeah, if you want him to do some work, bring him hot dogs.
Okay. Hippie Long says, I'm going to do my first A833 rebuild in about a week. Now, that's a 4-speed manual Chrysler transmission. If I would have been able to get a hold of one of those cheaply, I would have put one of those in my car instead of the automatic, but a good one's probably $1,500. And I needed everything. I needed everything from the flywheel to everything, and it was going to be a lot of money, and I wouldn't. No.
I just wanted to show you the article about my parents. Maybe I shouldn't have put
Thank you, John Coe.
address to a shop up there. Sorry about that. But I figured, yeah, if you want them to go to your website anyway, they're going to find it.
We have talked about it several times already during the stream, which is we are not the kind of people that don't want you to talk about what you're doing or who you are or what's going on. We want you to talk about your projects. If we had a moderator in here to type in links, we would put links to your channels. It is not against our rules here to offer a link to your own content in the chat. YouTube automatically blocks it, I think. But yeah, everybody can talk about.
Okay, yeah, it says shop address is fine. Yeah, okay, I figured it was.
Yeah, check out Two Hacks Garage. They have all kinds of cool information on YouTube. They have all kinds of cool projects they're doing. He's got his Ford and his what's this dragster?
Yeah, front engine, old style cool front engine dragster. And the other thing about those guys live close enough together. A lot of times Jeff from Two Hacks is up there at John Cope's, and so is Dougster, and they'll be in there working. You see them on his videos. They're up there pulling transmissions. They're doing something else. They live close enough together where they're working. Oh, Mexican spec. Okay, I talked about this earlier, but it was way earlier. Mexican spec went to get a car, and that was a couple of days ago. But on the way back, he wasn't very far back, and the thing overheated, and he got out of the car and was messing with it, and the thing belched hot coolant all over him, and he said it destroyed his shirt, but he's okay. And then he took it somewhere, and some local radiator shop in Mexico, and the guy pulled the radiator all apart, rotted it out, put it all back together, and got it in there, and then now the car doesn't have a thermostat in it, runs on cold all the time. So apparently it was clogged up, and the guy got, stick the rods down through the tubes and clean them all out, and then put it all back together. So now he's got it, and he's got it delivered up to
where he lives,
up to the border. Well, he brought it to his place. Now he's got to take it up to the U.S. border.
So he's real busy working.
He's busy, and he's got his family there. He's got his son there. His son's away at college, but he's home right now. So he said he was overloaded with work and family tonight, because I spoke with him earlier today. So he's just holiday season, got things to do.
Sam Spauman, welcome to the stream. He says A833 with overdrive for the win. And JB says that was also used in GM and Mopar trucks. Yeah, it was good transmission. Good solid 4-speed. Someday I would like to be into one. I have a 3-speed. I have three 3-speed manual transmissions out of Mopars. 2 of them are the ones that are the older ones without the synchro for first gear, and then I have one that's called the guy who sold it to me said it was the Hemi 3-speed. So it's the later 3-speed that has a synchro for the first gear, but I think they all probably need rebuilt at this point. I don't know.
I just put this up. That's the car Mexican Spec went and picked up, and it once they got the radiator cleaned out, it drives with the temperature gauge pegged on cold. So while he's home, he's going to put a thermostat in it so it's not running so cold, and then deliver the car.
Old Cars and Music says he has an 833 that he's putting in an 82 Murata. That sounds cool. Is your Murata a 318 or a slant 6?
An 82 Murata, that's a pretty cool car. You know what? That's the same body as that car that Dr. Go has.
Yes,
his
it
Chrysler.
Is. It's the same platform as this car on the screen right here.
Is it? Cause see, that's a Mexican spec car. That's not. We didn't get those here.
Yeah, this is the last year for the Aspen style. 80 is the last year for the Aspen style, and then they went to the Murata.
Oh, that's an 81.
That.
That's called an 81 Valiant in Mexico.
In Mexico, yeah. I had a car that had that exact front end. I should probably someday pull out pictures. They're all old grainy pictures of me racing it back in the late 90s with a slant 6 in it. Tim has an 833 from a big block in his Demon. He used it to replace the original 3-speed. What kind of shifter did you put on that, Tim? Is it on the floor? Hippie Long says it's $175 for a master rebuild kit with the synchros. That sounds about right. Most of the cost is in the labor and the know-how. Just being brave enough to dig into something like that. B&R Racing says the body is nice and straight. I think he's talking about this car, and I agree, it looks pretty good. Although white hides a lot of sins.
Well, what happened on this car, somewhere in its earlier days, somebody recorded the radiator and put 3-row core in it, and then it got all clogged up. So once it got cleaned out, Mexican Spec says the thing just runs ice cold all the time, even in Mexico. And and you know, it is winter there. It's not as cold as up here, but it's not real warm. So yeah, of course he's got to put a thermostat in it, and then he can get some heat out of it. Heater will work, and engine will run at a normal temperature.
Danny Boyd says that no thermostat can let the heat run away in a vicious cycle and overheat, where a proper thermostat would keep it from overheating. Have you ever seen that in real
I have heard that.
practice?
I have heard that so many times, and with 11 years of working in a radiator shop, I've never seen it happen. So
there you go.
I don't know.
11 years of working in a radiator shop. Every day. He owned the shop, so he practically lived there.
I owned 2 shops.
Never seen that.
I did a lot of testing. I had gauges that I could run through the corner of the hood of the car, and I had temperature gauges. I'd slip inside the hose and then put the hose clamp around them, and I put an upper hose, lower hose, and I could monitor both sides of the radiator. And in my own cars, I had pressure gauges so I could see the pressure, what was going on. It was kind of fun with the pressure. Like going uphill, you'd see the pressure start to build up, get near the cap pressure. You'd top a hill, just as you top the hill, the pressure would go down negative just slightly, and you'd know that it was pulling coolant back in from the overflow bottle. It was really kind of fun to watch, do testing like that, but never did I see one at the thermostat. No thermostat would, I wouldn't say it hasn't happened, but I didn't see it happen.
It doesn't make sense that it would happen, but that's
I'd rather be missing a thermostat in the winter. No heat though. Yeah, that's what he said. He goes, it's just there's no heat in the car, and he's got to have, he's delivered to a customer. He wants it right, so he's going to make it so the heater works in the thermostat, the temperature, engine runs at the proper temperature and all that. The worst thing about the whole thing is he said he had a really nice shirt and he ruined it. It's got soaked with hot coolant. So I don't know what happened there, but
Tim says his
he's
Demon
okay.
was a 3-speed on the floor. Probably came that way from the factory, so he put a Hurst shifter on it. Okay, that sounds like really nice. Mine's on the
Oh,
column, so
38's taken off.
good night.
Take
Thank
care.
you so much for being here for our special holiday edition live stream Tuesday night. We appreciate you. Um, Buddy Carafano says, if it's not right, paint it white. Yeah, mine was white, and man, did it hide a lot of sins. You had to get right up close to it, and then you were like,
What
oh,
was that?
ooh.
You mean the
The
body?
car like
Oh,
this. So it had come from North Carolina, and the paint, it had paint. The paint was cracked. Have you ever seen where the paint turns into little squares?
yeah, checks.
The paint had done that. And so I sanded it down so that it was flat,
Still had checks in it.
still had checks in it, blasted it with air until you could see the rust, and then just painted it with white spray paint, and it sunk down in.
I went in the cracks.
And then I sanded it again and painted it again, and there was still, you could see the cracks if you got real close. And it never rusted back
Well,
through.
remember how my Valiant was?
But I didn't get rid of the rust.
Remember
You
my
should have
Valiant
stripped it
had
down.
checks all over the hood?
Yeah.
And I ground it all down
Oh man.
ground it all out. Redid it, yeah. I grounded all those cracks out. Let's see.
Danny Boyd says, I have experienced no heat from a stuck open thermostat. Well, yeah, because it will over circulate. People put cardboard in front of the radiator to keep it from cooling too much in the winter. The whole thing.
You replace a shirt and skin. Yeah. Yeah, I think the shirt protected him. But I hate getting doused with hot antifreeze, and I've had it happen a couple of times. I had a guy come in. It was late in the afternoon. It was right at 5 o'clock, and it was a Chevrolet, full size Chevrolet with a big block in it, probably a 396 or a 454 or something. And it was blistering hot. And I reached over and I touched the upper radiator hose to see how much pressure was in it. And that radiator hose, the where the hose went on the thermostat housing, it just popped off, and I remember seeing like an 1.5-inch diameter column of antifreeze coming straight at me, and I couldn't move fast enough, and that burned me. Not real bad, but of course, the radiator shop, I had a hose there with a squeeze handle. I just grabbed that thing and hosed myself off. It was a hot summer day, and 250-degree coolant right in the face. That was not fun. But I've had it happen a couple of times.
Blue Grit Garage says, I just
Oh,
got
he's
in.
here.
Welcome to the stream. He said he bought a car that had a washer with a 3/8 hole in lieu of a thermostat in the housing.
Yeah,
They felt like they needed to restrict the flow. I don't know.
yeah. I've heard those kind of stories too. There's nothing
38
that
Racing. Here's the myth.
there's
Or
nothing.
maybe the myth, the legend, the. Go ahead.
I was gonna say nothing better than a thermostat that works.
Okay. 38 Racing says, with no thermostat, the coolant might flow through the radiator too fast to properly transfer heat. I don't understand the
agree.
fluid dynamics of
I
that
don't agree
concept.
with that at all,
It
'cause that's
doesn't
what-
seem to make
That's
sense.
where I've done all my testing with temperature gauges in the block or in the engine, stock position, and then hot end and cold end of the radiator and watched it. There's times on hot days pulling a hill where I could see 3 degrees difference, and I know the thermostat's wide open at this point. 3 degrees difference between the hot side of the radiator and cold side of the radiator, yet the coolant in the engine's under control. So it is really flowing through there. And then other times where it's cooler days, driving flat land, when you see it really hot in one tank and really cool in the other tank, but the engine's the same temperature, which means the thermostat's regulating it quite well. I don't know. I've heard all these stories about going too fast and everything. All the testing I've done, I could not duplicate that. And I've had so many people tell me that, but I don't know. I could never duplicate it.
All right. Dan says it has to get real hot to crack between the valve seats where they failed in the 1990s GM V6.
Oh, I've had cars get hot where they're out of control because radiator's bad or they're low on coolant or something. You get like Ford 385 engines, the 429s and 460s are all cracked between the valves. I've had that happen
So
many times.
there's the other thing, right? Is rumors or lore starts, but it's not necessarily real. Like if you have a bad head gasket, right? And you take out the thermostat because there's obviously overheating and it needs more flow, but it still overheats because it's flowing too fast. But the real problem is that you have a bad head gasket. That could lead you to believe something that isn't true.
The only thing with taking a thermostat out, I did that in my Corvette down in Arizona. I went from a 195 to a 180 and then to a 160, and finally I took it out. And I was just trying to buy time because when I'd come off the interstate, I'd be under control going down the interstate as soon as I was off. I'm waiting for that fan to come on, an electric fan. But by the time the fan comes on, things are really out of control. And by leaving the thermostat out, it would give me another minute or so to not overheat. But that 120-degree days. I just needed a better radiator, and I needed to get lower temperature fan switches because it just wait too long to get the fan to come on. But I pulled the thermostat. That's why that thermostat for my Corvette, the one we were testing in here that was no good. Remember, that's what that came out
If
of.
you boil the thermostat too much, all the goop comes out of the bulb and then it doesn't work.
And that thing had been really hot.
Bag a Billion says, Kim cleans up nice. I hear the voice, but the glasses, I would know for sure it's her. Great Christmas gift. Well, thank you for saying that I look nice. I do clean up good. I am my own stunt double.
Clean up nice.
I do my own stunts. Nice. And I got to ugly down for the shop because I don't want,
In the shop, she has to wear glasses.
I got to wear my glasses.
Because, stuff hits your eyes.
Well, no, more so. So my vision is such a thing. Like right now, if I had to work on something close up, I can't do it, right? And my glasses, I can take them off and see. I probably need bifocals, and I don't know if they make those in contact lenses and that kind of thing. So yeah, I just wear my contact lenses for the live streams and to clean up. So, this is a nice something I get to do once a week is get dressed up nice. I even wear makeup. I know you don't know that. Last week I wore too much makeup. He made me go take it off. He said I look like a clown or a...
Well, she really overdid it with the eyes, and I was like...
But I like to look nice sometimes.
Yeah, but that was...
people appreciate it when
I like it. I like when you do the eyeshadow and stuff, but that was like way too much.
Tried to make my hair look nice, I can't do that in the shop. I'll get my hair stuck in a grinding wheel and rip it out or...
Oh, man.
Or, I'm crawling around on the floor. I got to pull my hair all back, and tie it in a knot behind my head. And then I'm wearing my glasses so that if I get something in my eye, I can blink it out easier.
What's this? Randy Arthur's dad had a Murata, a dark red. I rode in it a couple of times. They also had a freewheeling Pinto. Planet X.
I'm going to bring up a Murata.
Planet X. Hello.
Just because we're talking.
We got new people in here.
Oh, welcome to the stream, Planet X. We're just talking about old cars. Tonight's date is 1973, but we've been live for long enough that we're just talking about all kinds of anything.
The only thing is about when we have a year for the live stream, it's just like if you got pictures or stories from that year, fine. But we'll talk about everything.
It gives us a starting point, but it's really tough to keep our chat on the rails. And we're friends in real life with a lot of the people who are in the chat. So it's a very close-knit community, but you're absolutely welcome to hang out and conversate and just enjoy we're like real people. If you click on what is live on YouTube right now, I'll bet you there aren't too many real people trying to entertain and enjoy. And so we're glad you found us. And I hope that you will check us out in the future, stick around, that kind of
What,
thing.
what is this JB? This has got to be something from Texas. JB's in Texas. Kim always looks finer than a frog's hair split 4 ways.
Ooh, that is fine. Thank you very much, JB. I get cleaned up for the live, you know?
Brenda says, try working on cars with painted nails.
They last about 10
And she said
minutes.
something else here, too. Oh, no, as Tim says, Steve Dulcis always gets his hair caught in a floor jack. See, my hair was long when I was younger.
Oh,
And you know where I get it is? The creeper. I'd get it wound on creeper wheels.
Oh, my gosh. Get your hair caught in a creeper. Oh, that's terrible. I've done it. I see there's a couple girls. There's the Sarah Intuned, although Sarah is very she is like on point all the time. It amazes me.
Sure.
Sarah Intuned, she's working on some like Toyota Celica or something.
Oh,
like
I know
that.
who she is. I know she's.
She's
yeah. Okay.
always looks very pretty and put together, and I am jealous that I can.
She's a young girl.
She's a younger woman, yes. She's not a young girl.
Okay,
she's a young woman.
She's probably all of about 20. I mean,
no, she's older than that.
You think so?
She was in the military and stuff like that. I think she must be probably in her late 20s. But
okay.
Regardless, she looks good all the time. And she puts in a lot of extra effort to look good. But she knows what she's doing, and she's very meticulous about her stuff. I am impressed. And then there's that woman who is the diesel queen.
I don't know.
And she is gorgeous. What a pretty woman. And she must know what she's doing. She's a commercial diesel mechanic, and she's on YouTube all the time, and she's on all kinds of social media, and she's really pretty. So I think even when she looks ugly, even when she's internet ugly, she's still really way pretty than me. So
oh,
thank you, KJ Kylie. Everybody's complimenting me. I'm blushing.
Oh, I rebuilt my it went away.
Oh, I'm gonna go back. We're gonna get back. Okay,
I've been trying to read it, and it just went away.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I rebuilt my whole duster without breaking my claws. When done, I smashed one on the screen door when I went in to get a celebratory beer. Okay, yeah, that's like me. You get through the hard part, and then you smash your hand doing something stupid.
I used to get acrylic nails because my nails are really soft, so they tear, and that was. But I don't even try anymore. I'm lucky if I scrub them to get the dirt out, because like it's tough. When I'm working like constantly, like really digging into some greasy old motor.
KJ Kylie, Kim is a typical beautiful Pittsburgh lady. Well, now she's a beautiful Tennessee lady. But yeah, she's from Pittsburgh. Where am I from? All over. I grew up in Central California.
There's another one of those moths flying around.
Right here, yeah.
It's from me pulling out the old Christmas ornaments.
Yeah. I don't know if it makes any difference. Yeah, Central California, then Ohio, well, and then military had me all over the place, in Hawaii and Alaska, and where else? I don't know. Arizona, Maryland, Ohio, all these places I live. So I'm like from everywhere. Lester the Saber, Kim is very attractive on most live. Yep. Well, and in the shop, she's wearing shop clothes and the glasses on, and here she's not in shop clothes and doesn't wear the glasses. And
we did talk about uniforms.
Yeah. Uniforms.
Yeah, getting shop clothes like uniforms so that we would look nicer and more.
Oh, like shirts that say Buffalo Campo on, or
something. Money. Yeah. Where does the money for that come from? We're not there yet, maybe. Maybe someday when we're big, rich YouTubers.
Pippi Long, Central California. Where in Central California? Give me a like a county at least. I was in San Luis Obispo. San Luis Obispo County for quite a while. And then also up in Solano County by Travis Air Force Base. Once a yinzer, always a yinzer.
Yeah, you can't escape, huh?
Wow, somebody from Central California.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to really go back to Pittsburgh. I would visit, but like I don't know that I could stay there another winter. It is so brutal.
It's like me. I lived in Northeast Ohio for 15 years, and that winter was miserable. Oh, Fresno County, okay. And I know that area fairly well. anytime I'd go up through when I was going up to Travis Air Force Base, I'd either go up 41 into Fresno County and then head up, like I-5 or 99, one or the other, up to Northern California, or I'd go up the coast and just try to break up the boredom of always being on the same roads. And then when I was a kid, we had friends in Fresno, or my parents did, so we'd go up to Fresno. And then also going up, one of my favorite places was a place called Wawona, which is just inside Yosemite. And of course, you go through Fresno there, so I know the area. Oh, and then in the Central Valley up there by Fresno, there's a whole bunch of small towns all along 99, and it's like the best junkyards in the world were in the 70s. So I was always up there rooting through old car stuff. Man, I mean, those were the days. I bet in California you're not even allowed to have a junkyard anymore. Let's see.
We let a lot of stuff roll by. Can I grab some things?
Yeah.
Okay. Olive says I like we were talking about the woman from her channel and a wild man. Sarah Intuned.
Oh
Olive
yeah.
says I like her. She's a goof, but yeah, meticulous, super meticulous. And
I've
she's
watched her some.
quirky and it's fun.
I've watched
I
her
like
some,
it.
but I don't know. It's just like that's a thing with YouTube. There's so much
There
content.
is. There is. There is.
Yeah.
I don't watch every video she makes, but I do enjoy clicking. Every once in a while, she'll have something really clickbaity, and she's working on some part of her project.
Indirect Connection says she's in her late 30s. Well, she's looking good for late 30s.
She
Of course,
takes really
Kim's
good
looking
care of
good for 70.
Indirect Connection
Kim's
says
actually like 30 something.
Sarah is one of the most down to earth people in real life I've ever met. Oh, you got to meet her. She's a big celebrity.
So you're closer to her age than my age. Wow.
I am almost 50. So
Almost.
I think that I clean up good from my age. And some days when I've got it together and I'm feeling very strong and healthy, I think I operate well under. It's very wide range. Some days I'm like super good, and other days like I can't get out of bed and function. I hate that. Hate that. Neurological problems. It's just ugh. But we all work with what we got. And I've been having so much fun here working on my dart. And the really greasy, grimy work. I think that working on the engine's all cleaned up. I think it'll be oily, but it won't be like grimy
No, it's a fresh
when we
engine.
take the cam out. Like
Yeah.
things are finally getting clean. We're getting past the part where everything we work on is just some greasy old piece of trash. Okay. Try to find some mechanic shirts in a thrift store and make your own patches. We might do something like that.
Hippie Monk says originally from Central PA.
Oh, Blue Good Garage says the eye doctor suggested to have one eye set for reading and the other for distance. I have heard that suggestion before, and they usually do sort of figure out which eye is the dominant one, and they know how to do that. But Blue Grit says he mentioned he was hitting things with his car at the track, so he corrected it. Yeah, if you're having problems, tell your eye doctor, and he will correct things for you.
Do you know how to find which eye's dominant?
Is this a joke or just
No,
an
it's
actual
real.
Oh, okay. What's the real way to do that?
You put your finger out in front of you with both eyes open, and you center up your finger. You close one eye, and it'll be centered up. You close up the other eye, and the finger will move over.
All right, so that your dominant eye will center it for
Yep.
you? Okay.
Well, yeah, you put it over something, like you put it like on a line, center it like that. And then like this one, my left eye, the finger moves way over. My right eye, it stays right on top of the line there.
Oh, I meant to bring up a picture of a Murata because we were talking about Chrysler.
Oh, yeah, I'm
should have
sorry.
put a slanted nose on that body style and called it the Murata. I think they did.
I got.
Isn't that what they isn't that a Murata with just a different nose?
No.
What do you mean no?
Oh, look, bring up a Murata. Murata looks like Dr. Go's car.
That's what that car looks like.
No,
Yes,
that's
it
like a
does.
that thing you had. That's like a what was the last year slant you had? Phillipsburg.
Look. Here it is right here. Are you telling me that this does not look like the same car?
Does not look like the same car.
What am I doing?
I have no idea what you're doing.
There. That versus
No, it's a lower, wider car. That's a narrower, taller car.
that.
The one that Mexican Spec has is like the very latest of the what was the car you had the slant in? See, that's a
An
low wide
Aspen.
an Aspen. It's the same body as the Aspen. This is the
But the Aspen and the Murata were very similar platform, FJM platform cars. I'm having problems with stuff here. No? You don't
no,
see
I
it?
think it's a that maybe they look similar, but that's a lower, wider car in than the that.
All right.
Um,
It was. It was the Aspen. And there was a 1 year grill. The Aspen had a different grill for most of its life.
Doctor Go's here. Diplomat or Fury in picture for USA car on tail section. I didn't know Dr. Go even popped in. We're talking about his car. Yeah, I liked
This
it.
is what the Aspen mostly. This is the front end that the Dodge
Yeah,
Aspen had for most of its life.
but this one that we have over here has the more squared off rear end. Like I don't know what they were. That's an 81.
Yeah,
It's
that's the Murata rear end.
Well, it kind of looks like it, but it isn't.
It isn't. All right. All right.
That's the one that Mexican Spec is delivering right now.
There you go. Dr. Go. M is Diplomat. J is Murata. Cordoba.
Okay, so
F is Aspirin.
That one right there is the one Mexican Spec has is more like the what would be a Diplomat here, I think.
Oh, it is a Dippy.
And this one, the Murata, is like the
It's some kind of bastardization of the Aspen
it
Dippy.
is. It is. It's a Mexican Spec car. It's a car built by Chrysler in Mexico that's it's mixed up thing. But somebody's buying that in the US. He's delivering
Old
that
Cars
to the
and
US.
Music figured it out before I did. It's a Dippy back end with the 1 year Aspen front end.
Where's that?
11.
Oh, that's the body style that the Diplomat.
You guys are sharp. I'm like, oh. I got a lot going on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens to keep track
we
of.
got a lot of stuff going on, but we're doing okay.
And all this chat. And I love it that you guys are here. We have never had such a good holiday stream.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be
amazing.
I thought we are going to have like 4 or 5 people up here because everybody's with their families tonight.
We have had visits from so many of our friends stop in and say hello and check things out, and we just love that. And so many people have been here like the whole time and offering topics, and we have just been all over the place. We've been on for 4 hours.
Well, look at this. Indirect connection says the Mexican Valiant was a Diplomat with 80 Aspen header and grille. That makes complete sense looking at that car.
Yeah,
but that's what he just sold that car. He's got to deliver it. It's been delivered up to the US.
Yeah, Mexican Spec is selling that car. It comes from Mexico, so an 80 Volare grill though. Yeah. Well, the Aspen Volare. Oh, you know what? The Aspen and Volare had different grill inserts, and that is the Volare grill insert.
Danny Boyd says we all have kick-ass lives. Well, thank you. I've been watching all the thousands of mechanics quitting national lately on YouTube. Many 20s and 30s. They make more money working at McDonald's.
With less investment.
With a lot less investment.
There's no future working at McDonald's, though. And if you are working as a mechanic, there is the potential that you develop your skills, you learn stuff, and you parlay it into something else. But it is hard work and it's a big investment. How much were they saying? It's like if you spend 50,000 on tools to start your
Oh,
work as a mechanic, that's
people
nothing.
have no idea what you spend on tools. And there's ways you can save on tools, but there's some tools like these scanners and stuff. You got 3 or 4 scanners to cover the cars well,
Oh yeah, the
and
scanners. Oh
those
my
things
God, I
are
forgot about those
those things are like
things.
6 grand, and then you got upgrades and
Yeah,
stuff. You
and
gotta
then you have to
buy
pay,
software, and
yeah, monthly and
oh
annual
man,
fees to keep those things up to date. Wow. Yeah, working on modern cars is insanely expensive. You can't just go in there and start tinkering. You have to know all the stuff.
a friend of mine,
Parts bin engineering. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But see, nobody is knocking on my door saying, when is my car going to be done? There's nobody waiting to get to work. Nobody renting a car while I finish. Or else I just couldn't do this at all. That's why I really only work on the cars that I own because I can't work at that speed. And
this is BNR Racing. Ronnie and me are the last old times left in Chicago. I'm 55. He probably is 57. Yeah, I don't know. I got so sick of the automotive business as a professional mechanic. I didn't. That was 1987, 1988. I just wanted to get out of it. I hated it then,
It
and
is a very difficult time in the automotive industry. There's big changes happening.
you know,
Even the big automotive manufacturers, they're closing up shop, laying off people, slowing down production.
read what Hippie Long wrote. That's you.
Hippie Long says, I'm not a mechanic, I'm mechanical. I fix everything. I consider it a human requirement. Oh,
That's
most people do not.
that's Kim. Kim will tear into anything. She's never seen it before. She'll tear into it and figure out what's wrong with it and decide whether she's going to fix it or not because it may not be smart to fix it, or if it's fixable, she'll fix it. Or sometimes she'll make parts for some little tiny thing. Remember the blower motor for my Valiant?
Yeah.
You made it. She
It
needed a
was
board.
unobtainium because his blower motor in his Valiant is from an air conditioned car. So it's like unique. It's different. It's like only a couple years, and it comes from a special aftermarket company. So that the motor itself. So we were taking it apart because to clean it and get everything working, and the little board busted in half. So we made one out of a scraper
You
out of.
know, you know those white things are about this wide. You get them and they're like 70 cents, and they're plastic, and you smear drywall mud on. She took one of those and cut a piece of it out, made this new board, put it all together and everything, and went in there and turned it on. Ooh, worked perfectly. Like, okay, that's a good fix. Blue Grit says, is the hood cracked open or is that a factory mismatch? What are we looking at?
I do see it looks like it's cracked open.
Where's that? I see the pinstripe down the side.
No, in the front. There's like a black line above the grill,
Oh,
above the headlight.
oh, I
It
think
looks like it's
that's.
popped open, but it's
Let
hard
me
to say.
see. I may be able to find it. I have other
Do you have
pictures of
another
that
picture
somewhere.
for a different angle?
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to
I don't
find
know.
it. Gonna take me a minute to
You would
find it.
think they'd have been able to figure out how to make the hood close.
Let me
It
see.
might just be out of adjustment too, because that's an much older car. It's probably been through several.
Well, it might
Ro
be.
Goulet asks, "Is the Fifth Avenue an M body?" I don't know. Somebody has to answer that.
Oh, it's popped open.
It looks
Or
popped
is
open.
it?
I don't know.
I don't know. Down here
It's
it doesn't.
supposed to be down further.
Well, down here it's not popped open. Oops, I got it up too close for your screen there.
B&R Racing says they keep building pure junk. Nobody wants to fix them. I mean, I don't know. Is it pure junk or is it like they're trying
Yeah,
to
no,
get better economy?
something
They're
is.
trying to meet all these new ODB standards.
Can you move that over a little bit so we can see the hood
Yeah,
crack?
yeah. Oh, we're off on a tangent, folks. We've tangented.
Keep going.
I'm not done yet. Gotta shrink it down. I can't.
And I'm gonna zoom in a little more. Like right over there.
It looks like it's just set too high. because
You
it
took
would.
it away from where I'm trying to match up the corner there. Because over there between the fender and the hood, it looks okay. So I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on there.
That is a weird match.
It's
I
a
remember
weird
my
match.
Aspen, but I think it's just set a little too high.
Hard to say. Okay, I'm sorry. Got a question there. I had to try to figure it out. Old car music, that canvas electrical system is average. Man, my Mazda was like that. There were things that were wrong with that Mazda that it was a very reliable car, but there were things in the infotainment center and the cruise control that the dealers never could figure it out. It just I had to live with the irritation of yeah, can't bus stuff not working right. But the car was really reliable. Got tremendous fuel economy, so I was happy with that. I kind of hated to see that car go, but it's gone.
I once wrote like a little op-ed about repairists. I found that mechanics, if I said I was a mechanic, that real mechanics would get mad, right? Because I'm not a mechanic. I don't go and work professionally in a shop every day with all the right tools, with all the setup with a lift and stuff. That's a mechanic. A mechanic, customers bring in cars, they diagnose what's wrong, they swap out the parts. They don't repair assemblies. They just swap out parts and they send them on their way. That's what a mechanic does. I don't do that. I'm a repairist. I figure out what's wrong and figure out a way to fix the problem. So if that requires me rebuilding an assembly, I'll do that. If that requires me pulling out something that's an outdated model and putting a newer version in and updating the whole thing so it works with the new part, like if I wanted to put a better alternator in the, I am a repairist. And maybe I'm a mechanic, but not really. I'm a repairist. I'm a car riser, a fixerator. That's why my channel is Kim Fixes, because I'm not a mechanic.
What's
Maybe.
Bagabillion say there? Read that.
Bagabillion? Is that near the bottom?
Yeah.
You two lead a live stream. You two lead in live stream time. The rest of the YouTubers in a panic mode until the end of January. So all of them are making pan videos to keep some cash coming in. 2-hour vids or longer. Oh, wow. We don't really make more money for longer. So we're just doing what we're doing.
Like, are you getting inundated with commercials? Because I've tried to keep them to a minimum. Oh, we missed our our tape gauge went away.
Oh, can you not hear us?
I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, we have sound. I was just wondering if you're getting hammered with commercials.
Lead in live stream time. We're having a good time. There's a lot of people still here and commenting, and we aren't worn out yet. So we're just keeping going. Like that, we don't have a hard end time. There's nobody else coming on after us. So, we're just going to go with it. But it's not really like we're trying to bring in a whole lot more cash. Let me tell you, we're not bringing in any cash. It literally, we aren't even in the tens of dollars tonight. So it's really
a good
not,
video will
well,
make
that's, a good
video will make $3.
We got a couple of super chats.
That's where we make our money. Super chats are pretty
as
nice.
Christmas gift, and that was incredibly generous, and we appreciate it. But it hasn't really influenced the length of the stream by any amount in particular. So,
Danny boy, I'd run a blocker. So you're one of the guys that cheats us out of the
hey!
out of the 20 cents we made.
Yeah, that cost us 3 cents. Yeah, actually, for a really long time, we ran it with as little ads or no ads because we didn't want to get interrupted. Because we felt like that was such a terrible distraction.
You know what happened there? You shut them off.
No, I've seen it run ads again since then.
Really?
I don't know. KJ Kiley says that's a Volare grill with Aspen headlights. What do the Volare headlights look like?
I don't know. It's a Mexican spec car. It's the stuff they put together. And
the other thing is it's such an old car. That may not be the factory front end.
Yeah,
that may be a replacement.
Yeah, if you want to not see the ads, just pay the. If you pay the blocker that YouTube has, it costs a little money, but then all the content creators still get paid. If you use a ad blocker that's from somewhere else, yeah, it's like shoplifting.
I'm trying to figure out what the difference between the Volare headlights and the Aspen headlights are. I can't really see.
I don't know.
I don't think it matters. Let's get on to something else. Find another picture that someone sent in. Is there anything else in your
No, probably.
emails?
Let me see here.
It's a Heinz 57.
That's
I
kind of how
mean,
Mexican
I
spec
think
cars are.
Mexico used up the old stuff sometimes, or just ran the molds for a bit. When they were done with the U.S. cars, just whatever still had some life in it.
Another buddy car, final car.
B&R Racing says, I had my choice.
I put a car up and you won't.
Just bring me muscle cars and good cars. Yeah, you can pick and choose. I know a lot of places they'll tell you I don't want to work on that car
Tim,
if they don't want to
you
work
asked me
on
to bring
it.
up a car and then you don't put it up.
I was talking to the chat.
Okay.
I'll bring it up. Impatient.
You gotta switch screens.
Big screen. Here we go. Let me make it a little bigger. This is supposed to be the biggest one. There we go. Now that is a 1973 Pontiac Grand. Is it Prix?
Grand Prix.
Prix?
Johnny C says they must be geared toward regions. My ad was about California fruit fry. You know what it is? It's geared toward what you watch on YouTube, what you say that your phone picks up. It is geared toward you. So if you do a lot of looking on line or talking about fruit flies, yeah, it's going to be something about that. If you do something about, if you search like me, I search a lot of stuff about tools. Man, ads I get are heavily tool oriented. And all you got to do is be talking, and a stupid phone will just pick it up. My son and I will be talking about something, and next thing I know, I got ads coming in about something we talked about. So, yeah, there's open mics all around. So that's where your ads come from. They come from things you do, not things that I do or that I put up as ads or that YouTube puts up as ads. They are individually targeted.
B&R Racing says someone at work has an older Mercedes-Benz serial data bus issues. Wouldn't run, had to junk it. Like my Dakota, it's an 85 and the computer went bad, so I put a mechanical distributor in the engine so I could run it. And I am fine with my own cars that are not for track use only, for off-road use only, with eliminating computers. And I know how to make a car run without the computer, and honestly, that's where I'm at with it anymore. If the computer's working, I'm not going to rip it off. But if there's something wrong with it, I'm not paying thousands of dollars for a new computer. But also, I'm in Tennessee, so I have that option. When I was up in Pittsburgh, everything has to be like factory. And yeah, there's cars that get junked because it's just too expensive to keep them going. And there's going to be problems like that in lots of places in the country. And I don't know how to fix those problems. And it's probably not in my best interest to criticize some of the systems that are causing that, because I am just a peon and I am a nothing, and I am just here doing my own little thing.
You can start talking about winning the lottery, so you get. I don't know if you win because of that. You probably get a bunch of ads for the lottery. Something
Yeah.
up here I saw. As much as I love to be able to go on a Barrett Jackson buying spree, I love to be able to go on a Mexican car buying spree. Yeah, I would almost rather go on a Mexican buying spree. At least the prices are not off scale. Although if you watch Barrett Jackson, like the first day of it's all the inexpensive cars that come up. It's when you watch the TV stuff on the second to the last day and the last day, man, all the high dollar cars come through. But if you watch it, if you're able to watch it at the beginning somehow, it's all the inexpensive stuff that people can't afford. I want a Mexican Olds Cutlass Sierra, Chevrolet Cutlass Eurosport with 5-speed manual. Yeah, have you seen those things the Mexican spec has? He's had some of those. And yeah, those are interesting.
One of these?
What are you looking at?
Mexican Old Cutlass Sierra is what I searched. We're
Okay,
looking
see,
for one from the 70s, aren't we?
look at the well, you don't have it on screen to begin with, so
I know, but I was asking if this what
okay.
it was before I
I
brought
don't
it up.
know. He has
Okay, I'm gonna bring it up.
some that have those all look American.
I typed Mexican. Why is it?
I don't know.
Maybe we should just go on his Instagram.
Yeah,
and
if you
search.
go in his Instagram, you'll see him. Yeah, this moth is
The
driving
worst
me
of it is
nuts.
it's just got to fly in your face. Oh, hey, they saw it. Did you guys see that moth? There's two of them. You know what it is? It's the heat from the lights. It's waking them all up. They're probably in the boxes back behind in the studio
Jeez.
boxes.
I'm trying to read some of this. Let's see. It belonged Mexico and Brazil. Got cool cars. The Stallion and the Puma. Oh yeah, the Puma is pretty cool.
What am I looking for?
Well, I don't know. I thought you were gonna go to Mexican Specs Instagram.
Oh, you actually want me to do it? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Give me a minute to get mine.
I mean, he's a good guy. He's come through with us on some good things, and
We just want to
give him a plug here for some of his cars.
I wasn't even going to plug his cars. We just want to find a picture.
Yeah, find one of those things. Pontiac Grand Prix. Yeah, we had the Grand Prix up there. Toilet paper?
Yeah.
That's something.
Give me
That's
a minute.
somebody else.
I gotta find
That's somebody
Mexican
else.
spec.
Yep.
I don't know how to search. I don't remember.
Yep, she's gonna find it. She's gonna struggle with it.
Search.
I caused an insect ad for you.
We.
Our bugs are all dead here. I haven't seen a bird for over a month.
All right. I bring it up now. I found me.
Okay.
I found it. How
Okay.
do I get over here? We go.
Here we go. Mexican spec. Okay, yeah. Just start slowly scrolling down till you find the. Can you shrink that a little bit? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, I can't.
Doesn't
That's
need
the
to be.
right size.
Okay.
Okay, what are we looking for on Mexican spec?
Oh, one of these.
Here's Mexican spec on Instagram. He's also on YouTube, and he imports Mexican cars, or he facilitates the import of Mexican spec cars to the United States.
Well, and I guess he's sending some to down under now to either New Zealand or Australia.
Yeah. So and he's
Okay,
busy doing
well,
that. That's why he's not here as our moderator. Like he might
just slowly
normally be.
scroll through. Somebody was looking for one of those. Oh, it's a mid-sized GM car that's got a manual 4-speed, but it's not a.
Here's that Mustang that you really were lusting for.
Yeah, that's a Mustang I wanted, but the Chevrolet Cutlass Eurosport. So, like, what's that? That's not it, or is it? Oh, that's a Malibu.
This is too big.
I know. That's what I say. It's huge.
I'm struggling. I'm starting to get a little tired. We've been going for a long time.
Yep, I can tell. Tommy Hanlon, I just devoured a Danish pastry, one of my favorite cakes. I may perhaps have a nice cup of tea to follow. Okay.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Let's see. Mexico still gets brand new manual Ram trucks. Yeah, the thing is, once they're 25 years old, they're pretty easy to get into the U.S. But the newer stuff, you can't just do that.
Hey, I mean,
we'll
even if you don't want to
scroll down, I'll see it.
I know. Even if you don't want to buy anything, It is cool to have Mexican Spec on Instagram if you use Instagram, so just so you could see the cars that he finds to list, because there are some really cool cars. Like if you like old Volkswagens, they haven't been around in the United States very much, but there's a bunch of, and in Mexico, the cost of restoration is very reasonable compared to the United States, so people can fix them up to sell and makes a profit still. We're in the United States, it ain't easy to restore a car.
Okay,
It
what's
is
that? There's one that's definitely Mexican, that white one there.
this one.
That's not the one they're talking about, but it's similar. It's a Chevrolet with looks like a Pontiac on the front, but it isn't. That's a Chevrolet.
It's a Z24 Sunbird GT and a Cavalier on the inside.
Yeah, see, it's the nose looks like a Sunbird, but it's not. It's a Chevrolet.
That one's got an automatic transmission.
Why does Mexico still get manuals as an option? Because here they everything has to be certified for it's Monte Carlo. The for emissions and all the rules and regulations and rules and rules and rules. And in Mexico, there's not a lot of rules. Yeah, there's some wheels we don't get. You scroll back to those wheels. Yeah, that's a Mexican only wheel.
From 1982.
Our lovely EPA bounce fun. Yeah, you got it.
I don't know that if the EPA
There's
mandates
the
about
there's the one
manual transmissions.
there's the one.
though.
Well, no, they're gonna certify the one that they're gonna sell the most of because the certification is so expensive. Why certify something they're only gonna sell like 1% of their cars?
I see.
And in the U.S., how many people are
God darn it!
knocking stuff over?
That
Tim?
stupid insect is
Driving you nuts. She starts batting at the insect and knocking drinks over.
They make their own rules down there, right? They build what they can sell.
Yeah, it's a different
And you
country.
can build a manual transmission cheap, really cheap. And the market there demands cheap sometimes, so a manual transmission works.
Well, scroll down a little bit more.
Sure, I'm scrolling. Here I'm scrolling. Scrolling as fast. Actually, I couldn't scroll because I was on the wrong screen. Because I have too many monitors right now.
Too many monitors. See, there's another one of those things that has a Pontiac front end on it, but it's a Chevrolet.
Which one is
But
that?
just keep going. We already looked. We're looking for something else.
We're looking for something specific?
Yeah, we're looking for something specific.
Look at this. Shopping through the antique auto mall.
Look at all the stuff Mexican Specs got for sale.
It's pretty neat.
57 Ford.
Oh, yeah. There you go. There's a big old wagon. There's a gremlin. I remember looking at some of these stuff. We're back into the history.
There's Mexican Spec. He
Mexican
always puts green over his
wearing
face.
his UTG hat.
He won't allow anybody to see his face. Oh, I don't know. We probably won't find it because we're looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cars, aren't there? Oh, I don't know. We could search and search and search. Probably never find it. There's another one of those.
Volkswagen wearing some white walls.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer, the retro white wall Volkswagen or the new modern one with the fancy wheels?
Oh, and Blue Grid, I'm just glancing back to chat a little bit. He says, I like the red Fox body Capri. You know what they have? They have Mustangs down there that have the bubble back window like the Capri and the nose like the Capri, but they're a Mustang. And it's just weird seeing that because they didn't have Mercuries. They have Mustangs that look like Capri. Look at that. That's something we didn't get here. That taillight and that.
Calls it a Valiant, but it's clearly an Aspen.
Oh yeah, they did. They called them Valiants until look at the headliner in that. Did you see that headliner?
Yeah, what is that about? Somebody went wild. The upholstery person went wild with that headliner because I know that isn't factory. Yeah, they do a lot of restorations in Mexico and stuff. This looks like the truck that we... Oh no, that's another one of those SUV. Is that a Dodge Ram Charger? There you go. Boy, I haven't
Danny Boy
seen one of
says, I
these.
love that car right here. I don't know which one that was. That's a celebrity, but I don't know if that's the same as ours or not. It kind of looks like it is.
I haven't seen a Chevy Celebrity in a coon's
I had
age.
so many. Oh, look at
There's
that.
the
That's a different dash. Oh, and there you go with the
four-speed manual
four
transmission in
speed
a
manual.
Chevy Celebrity.
Yeah, that's an odd one. You don't get that here. I had so many celebrities back in the day.
I love turbines. Turbines? I don't know what's a turbine. You mean a rotary engine?
Let's see here. There's a Zephyr. It's a box top Zephyr. They didn't get any of those chop top Zephyrs down there, so that's why I couldn't.
Which one is this? This one?
That one, yeah. See, it's got the tall top, unlike mine.
Oh yeah, it does. There's a big difference, huh?
Yep, yep. That's a two-door sedan. Mine's a coupe.
I see, yeah. I feel like I'm looking away from the stream while I'm doing all this
Yeah,
stuff.
you are, but that's okay. Maybe everybody's liking looking at it. Who knows? We're just.
It's fun to just look through the Mexican spec stuff, and I got to tell you, I think I'm running out of steam.
You're running out of steam.
I think I am.
Okay, well, let's go back to our Grand Prix. We can
Look,
just
see, we got the message. Ads will run shortly for some viewers. I'm gonna hit skip.
But don't skip that.
Let it run ads.
Just let it, because they can
Y'all
click
are
out
gonna
of the
get
ads.
some ads.
They can click out as long as we know we're there.
We won't talk about anything too serious for a minute here.
Yeah, you can click out of Mexican spec, and then they can click out of the ads if they want, and then we're done with it.
Okay.
You're on Four-Eyed Pride, were you? You weren't on Four-Eyed Pride. I don't know what that is.
Indirect connection. They're asking if that person was involved in something. I don't know what it is, though, what Four-Eyed Pride is. Something about glasses, I would think.
JB says we got manual celebrities, but they are pretty rare. Yeah, and they had a lot of them down there. The red coupe is a Cutlass.
Oh, Olive was talking about turbine wheels.
Red coupe was a Cutlass. Okay, so we missed it, but it was there.
Guys, I think I'm running out of steam because I'm not following what's happening.
Can you pop back to my picture so we're out of the 53 Fords?
I think this is I'm really running out of steam.
Okay, so now we're back to our year, 1973. You passed another Cutlass, the red coupe on the right. Okay, yeah, I think Kim's had it. And, we've been on here, 3.5 hours?
So many people stuck with us through this whole
stream. 4.5 hours. We've been on 4.5 hours?
We have. Yeah, my butt's getting tired of sitting in the chair.
Hours. No wonder you're tired. We've been on here 4.5 hours. Well, I didn't expect to be on here this long. Yeah, we're real close to half an hour. It'll be Christmas. You want to wait till Christmas? No, let's get off here.
No. Four-Eyed Pride is an early Fox body forum. They shun the plastic headlight cars. Cool site. Okay, I didn't know of them. So there you go. So we learned something new. Four-Eyed Pride is in reference to early Fox bodies. You couldn't get an automatic celebrity down there, JB says. Oh, they didn't have them in Mexico. I guess it's because of I'm guessing it's the economic.
Well, what I liked is that Mustang, that blue Mustang we went by a couple of times. It was a coupe. It wasn't the bubble back that I don't like. It was a coupe, and it had a 5-speed manual and a 302, and it was so clean, but it was expensive. So, yep.
KJ Kiley said Santa has been spotted by NORAD. Boy, they don't see anything else. It's at least they found Santa.
Buddy Carfanos is already Christmas there. All right.
So
I'm going to say goodnight.
Everybody, thank you so much. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you for everyone who commented. Thank you for everyone who sent in pictures. If you are still here when we're ending the stream, I am awarding you an additional 2 points. If you can hear the sound of my voice, you get 2 points. Add them in. Keep track. It's an on your honor system. Merry Christmas. Happy Honda Days. Joyful Toyota-thon. December to remember Lexus to you all, Mary Mopar. And I thank you for coming in and commenting. If we missed your comment or we did not show all your pictures, we apologize. We will try and continue to do better. Look, even Google is festive.
I'm making mistakes here. I'm sorry.
We will try and do better. in the future.
I pushed the wrong
We
button.
love you all, and we are so grateful that we have the opportunity to come live to you, because not everybody gets to do. I mean, what an opportunity we have had this year to connect to people in ways that we maybe never thought possible. We are enjoying it, and we hope that it continues for a long, long time. Yeah, get some rest, because tomorrow is Christmas. And do you have anything else to say?
Good
I
night,
feel like I'm
everybody.
babbling on. Good night,
Good night, everybody.
everyone.
Thanks for showing
See
up.
you next time. We'll see you next